Almighty God, where you have called us to govern this province, we ask your help to make decisions and laws that will be just and will promote the interests of our people. Almagtige God, ons bid dat u gedurende ons vergaderings ons die nodighede wysheid sal gee en ons motiewe suiwer sal hou en dat u ons sal help om tekortkominge te oorkom en al ons besluite aan u op te dra. Sikelele ilizwe letu nabantu balo omesile ukulunga kwipondu letu. Nkosi sikelele I Afrika, klina bantuano bayo, kokela inkokeli zayo, yinike kolo I Afrika. All this we beg in your holy name. Amen. Please be seated. Good morning, honourable members, ladies and gentlemen, guests on this sitting. Order. Before we proceed, I would like to remind members about the logistical arrangements. Today, we will be using the hybrid model for the sitting of the House. We have honourable members both present here in the chamber with the presiding officers and table staff, as well as those honourable members participating in the sitting of the House via Microsoft Teams. I trust that everybody has been connected to participate. Our sitting today will be conducted in terms of the standing rules and directives issued by me on the 17th, issued by the Speaker on the 17th of April 2020. But allow me to highlight some of those important directives in this regard. Unless there is an indication of a unanimous concurrence, voting will take place by members present and entitled to vote to cast their votes as per the ATC issued on the 11th of August 2020. Members who are present in the chamber and via Microsoft Teams have all the privileges and immunities imparted by law. In instances where these directives do not cover a particular eventuality, the standing rules must apply. In instances where the rules cannot be applied, the ruling by the presiding officer is final. Members, all microphones have been muted. For those honourable members who are participating in the sitting via Microsoft Teams, you're requested to please use the raise your hand functionality of the system. While those members in the chamber who wish to raise a point of order must please address the presiding officer as normal, but please mute your microphones after you have spoken. Honourable members participating in the sitting of the House via Teams are also please requested not to sign into Microsoft Teams on more than one device, as it does interfere with the sound. If an individual who is not an honourable member of this House activates his or her microphone or video camera that includes the press, that individual will be exited from the sitting immediately. And for the purpose of this sitting, via the hybrid model, language translation services are available both in the chamber as per normal, as well as via a second device. And finally, as ruled by the presiding officer in the sitting of the House on the 23rd of April 2020 via Microsoft Teams, no interjections shall be permitted during these debates. In this regard, I also wish to draw the attention of honourable members to Rule 40 of our standing rules. And finally, honourable members, I'd like to announce that we will break for lunch at 1 p.m., that's 1300 hours, and return at 1345. Thank you. I now recognise the Chief Whip.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I move the two motions as printed on the order paper in my name.
Any objections? No objections? Agreed to. I recognise the Chief Whip.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Put both motions.
Apologies. Thank you very much. Any objections to both? No objections? Agreed to. Thank you. The Secretary will read the first order of the day.
Consideration of the principle of the Western Cape Third Adjustments Appropriation Bill 2020-2021 financial year.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I now recognize the Honourable Minister David Mania.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Western Cape Third Adjustments Appropriation Bill, which we tabled last week in the Provincial Parliament, enables an additional allocation of 150 million rand to the Human Settlements Development Grant to accelerate housing delivery in the Western Cape, and an additional allocation of 70.8 million rand to the Provincial Emergency Housing Grant to support the victims of the terrible fire in Masiphumelele, which broke out on the 17th of December 2020. The Western Cape Third Adjustments Appropriation Bill also enables an additional allocation of 116 million rand for the response to the second wave of the pandemic and to jumpstart the rollout of vaccinations in the Western Cape. Deputy Speaker, we have from the start followed an evidence-based and data-led approach in the fight against COVID-19 in the Western Cape. And so when we started to see indications in early December that we were entering a second wave, we responded immediately and with urgency. We were prepared. We had a plan and we executed that plan. And thanks to the outstanding efforts of our health department, we had enough beds, we had enough healthcare workers, and we had enough oxygen to respond. We added 685 beds to the healthcare system, 336 beds at the Brackengate Hospital of Hope, 200 beds at the Mitchells Plain Hospital of Hope, 60 beds at the Frisier Ward at the Lentegeur Hospital, and 30 beds in Ward 99 at the Lentegeur Hospital, and of course 59 beds at the Sonnenstraal Hospital. An additional 72 acute beds were added in our rural hospitals in Vredendal, in Hermanus, and of course in George. To increase health worker capacity, we extended our bursary program, commenced an early intake of community service, renewed the contracts of staff members hired during the first wave, and of course opened up a new short-term contract and filled as many vacancies as possible, recruiting 1,128 healthcare workers. By focusing on expanding existing healthcare facilities in our response to the second wave, we maximized the use of existing equipment and resources on site, which also remaining closer to our communities, and we invested in our existing healthcare infrastructure, which will provide long-term benefits to the people of the Western Cape. Of course, the second wave was significantly more severe than the first wave, and so I'm pleased to confirm that we were able to allocate this additional 116 million rand for the response to the second wave in the Western Cape. The funding also allowed, as I've mentioned, the health department to jumpstart the rollout of the vaccination strategy in the current financial year, which means that we have continued to protect our frontline services and put shots in arms as quickly as they are received, vaccinating 38,699 healthcare workers to date. Deputy Speaker, you will also recall that in the additional adjusted budget of 2019-20, 98.5 million rand of additional funds was received to accelerate housing delivery in the Western Cape, because the funds could not be spent by the Free State, by Gauteng, by Limpopo, and by the Northern Cape. And this has happened again with an additional allocation of 150 million to the Human Settlements Development Grant, again to accelerate housing development in the Western Cape, because the funds could not again be spent by the Eastern Cape, the Free State, Limpopo, and the Northwest. And we should all recognize the Human Settlements Department for their continued excellence in housing delivery, which means that there's more hope for people in the Western Cape. In the end, Deputy Speaker, the Western Cape Third Adjustments Appropriation Bill supports housing, supports the victims of the terrible fire in Masiphumelele, and supports our commitment to the health department, which of course is on the front line of the fight against COVID-19 in the Western Cape. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Now I recognise Honourable Dugwell.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Greetings to Honourable Premier and the members in the House, the MEC. Deputy Speaker, to come to this House with an adjustment budget when, as of today, we have more than 6,000 learners not placed in our schools, and for the MEC and for this particular adjustment budget to be absolutely silent on any additional funds or emergency plan to actually deal with the accommodation crisis in our schools is an indication of how bankrupt this third adjustment and the approach of this provincial government is. It is simply unacceptable when one looks at the performance of a province like Gauteng, who at this stage are dealing with close to only 400 learners left, and they openly acknowledge the assistance they've given to learners coming from Limpopo and other provinces, as well as foreign nationals. Yet here we have an adjustment, and let's look back at the second and the first adjustment, when this crisis could have been anticipated. It is very clear that this provincial government is not actually focusing on the apex priority of education. And the reality is these children are black children, colored, African and Indian, rural children, and working class children. It is simply a disgrace and a shame that there is not a recognition from the Treasury, from the Premier, about funds to actually deal with this problem. And we as the ANC simply cannot support this third adjustment budget. As I listened to Honourable Mainir about 2 weeks ago deliver the main budget and the third adjustments, I could not help think of the words of Hamlet: words, words, words. Throughout the Honourable Mainir's address to the House, he repeatedly used the words, we will, we will. Instead, what would have been much better was if he repeatedly used the words, we have, we have, we have. The reality is that this provincial government has not provided the resources in a first, second, or third adjustment to deal with the education crisis in this province. 9 months from the first case of COVID-19 in the Western Cape, the Honourable Premier rose after the President had spoke in October 2020 and outlined this government's so-called recipe for real change, ingredients for hope. A month later, the Honourable MEC stood up and tabled the medium-term budget policy statement, but gave absolutely no effect to the details of the plans or the programs, especially the so-called Emergency Economic Relief and Recovery Program, as mentioned and set out by the Premier a month before he spoke. So again, it's a question of words, but not the actual practical detail. And that's why these plans, like the Provincial Safety Plan, without clear timeframes and tasks, not just a statement that this MEC should do this or that, are doomed to fail. The medium-term budget policy statement, for example, gave no indication of how and where the 20,000 jobs to be created through the rapid interventions as promised by the Premier a mere month before were actually going to be achieved. Again, the Premier went on to talk about 26 private sector investments, which will create 20,000 jobs, which will pump more than 30 billion into the economy. He went on to state that these included investments in property, construction, logistics, health, and investments in Saldanha Bay, IDZ, and the IDZ in Atlantis. Once again, words, words, words. For the people of the Western Cape are still waiting 5 months later, and the adjustment budget of this government, which the Honourable Mainir also happens to lead, spoke to none of these initiatives. 4 months after the October speech by the Premier, we were in Genadendal, where the Honourable Premier delivered the State of the Province address. What we heard there was the reality rather than mere words. He spoke in October. In Genadendal, we heard only 7,000 jobs were created, not 20,000. Only 4 billion was secured in the entire financial year and not the 30 billion rand promised. Creating decent jobs has now turned into earning opportunities. The Premier spoke about infrastructure investment in his SOPA, and the Honourable Maynard completely omitted the sector in the medium-term statement in November. At least by now, he has tried to catch up with the Premier. In his SOPA address, the Premier spoke about the green economy and creating 1,000 green jobs through the rehabilitation of 15,000 hectares of agricultural land. We see no money for agriculture in this third adjustment. The Honourable Maynard mentioned the word green only once in his speech last week, and that was in reference to someone whose surname was Green. The reality is that the Honourable Premier and his MEC simply speak past each other, and all of this simply becomes a case of words and more promises and more commitments, more spin. The reality is that this third adjustment budget does not speak to the plans of this provincial government, and there still remains no detailed program with simple timeframes, who's responsible, when, and importantly, geographically, where these will be implemented. We just are subjected to continual wish lists and a wish list from his MEC, but when we actually get to the details, we see that hardly any of these items on the wish list appear in these adjustments. We must continuously hear from the provincial government how evidence-based it is, yet we are still waiting for a reasonable explanation as to why the second wave was not prepared for and why it hit us here in the Western Cape as hard as it did. We are still waiting for accountability on how some of the utterances and actions of leaders in this provincial government could have led to the onslaught of the second wave and definitely the pressure on our hospitals and trauma units. Instead, the people of our province must sit helplessly while the provincial government does hardly anything in practice to avoid the third wave. What hope is this for the people of the Western Cape? If this provincial government was in fact led by science, they would know that even with a third rollout of vaccines, a third wave remains inevitable, as we have seen in Europe. But in practical terms, we don't hear the program to deal with this third wave. And we have a reluctance to actually indicate what are the expectations of this particular third wave. So it's a case of spin. It's not applying the words and the commitments to detailed plans that can hit the ground and actually impact our people. And every moment this DA-led government has sought to vilify the national government, and sadly, and this is not what we had hoped for from Premier Windi, a return to the adversarial days of Helen Zille. And through this adversarial pro-federal approach, this DA government thinks that they will be bringing the people of the Western Cape hope. Speaker, the ANC does not support this third adjustment budget because it simply is about playing to the gallery and therefore a lot of words and words. And in the most important crisis, neither of the three adjustments talked and anticipated the education crisis, and we sit with a blatant violation of human rights that over 6,000 of our learners remain out of school, and this adjustment budget is silent about the resources, and it is silent about the actual plan to deal with this particular crisis. Thank you, Speaker. Deputy.
Thank you very much, Honourable Dugmore. Before I conclude, can I please make sure that everybody is muted and that only the Speaker is able to speak? Thank you very much. I now recognise Honourable America.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Allow me to extend, Deputy Speaker, our heartfelt condolences to the family of Cecil, a preeminent struggle hero of the Western Cape. May his family find comfort and strength in the knowledge that he contributed significantly to the freedoms we enjoy today. Many of the members in this House never really knew Cecil. Minister Fritz and I were working alongside him and others in establishing youth and community organizations in the 1980s in opposition to the tricameral parliament and the apartheid regime. Deputy Speaker, turning to the third adjustment made to this budget, the extent of adjustments is not only an indication of the immense turbulence that has been brought upon the country, but also testament to the ability demonstrated by this government in combating COVID-19 and its impact upon our communities. Deputy Speaker, Even though these efforts required us to divert our attention to cushion the fiscal blow, our municipalities were still able to deliver services with minimal interruption. This is specifically seen in all DA-run local governments in the Western Cape, which maintain their status of financial good standing with Eskom and other service providers. In contrast, Deputy Speaker, to good, clean governance, it comes as no surprise that the municipalities which find themselves in arrears with Eskom are run by the ANC. In total, the 4 municipalities run by the ANC owe a collective debt of nearly 90 million rand. Nevertheless, Deputy Speaker, over the last months of this financial year, we have seen the Western Cape continue to live up to its promise in order to save lives and safeguard the economy, one which has been hit by both the pandemic and the often irrational local lockdown regulations from the national government. Despite the failings of the ANC government, the Western Cape government has continued to rely on its reserves and good planning to enable a versatile and effective pandemic response. In support of health, this adjustment sees a combined increase of just over 116 million rand for district and provincial health services and R1 million increase for the funding support of non-profit organizations. We never ran out of hospital beds, and we delivered field hospitals on time with the available funds. We also note that nearly 228 million rand increase for housing developments so that we can continue to support residents with provision of dignified housing. Deputy Speaker, when the ANC wants to actually spend its money in the right areas, there's simply no money left. After being under financial administration since 2018, the Kannaland municipality was an ANC ICOSA coalition was willing to spend 735 million rand on a questionable electricity outsourcing deal, which was red flagged by this legislature. Thankfully, the speedy action by Minister Bredell through court action was able to overturn this highly problematic scheme of the ANC ICOSA alliance. They would have plunged the municipality and have brought endless hardships to the people of Kannaland. Deputy Speaker,
that is not correct.
If it isn't clear for anyone to see, one only has to look at the SIU investigations into PPE contracts. Yet again, based on the reports concluded thus far, the DA stands as a pillar of excellence where no irregularities can be found. The same cannot be said by the ANC-led Mitsikama. In closing, Deputy Speaker, our country finds itself in a tunnel of darkness. Where others are casting shade and despair, it is only the DA's blue light which shines brightly at the end of it. I appeal to all municipalities to strive towards due process and good governance, which gives hope and benefits to all, not the politically connected few cadres. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, may I please remind you about the rules around interjections? It is very difficult to control when it's coming off Microsoft Teams. I'm moving on. I recognise Honourable Heron.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, tucked away in the Western Cape Government's adjustment budget is the shocking surrender by the Department of Education of a whopping 350 million rand. Earlier this week, the MEC said that she was unable to place 6,000 children in schools 2 months into the academic year because of funding cuts by national government. In Forest Village, which is a housing project built by this government, children are learning under trees in a makeshift classroom. It looks like a scene from a deeply rural part of our country, not in a modern urban place like the city of Cape Town. All they want is to be taught in their mother tongue, isiXhosa. But the MEC says she's unable to find the budget to provide mother tongue education to families who are relocated to Forest Village for their housing opportunity. Today, she's asking this Parliament to approve the surrender of 350 million rand that could employ the teachers to educate those denied access to a school and those who need mother tongue education. This Parliament should not support this shocking proposal. It is reckless, it is uncaring, and it is a disgrace. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognise Honourable Christians.
Good day, Deputy Speaker, and well done to the Department of Human Settlements for receiving additional 150 million due to the incapable Free State Limpopo Northwest for not spending the allocation. And Deputy Speaker, what is concerning is exactly what Honourable Heron has just mentioned, that the Old Fora Road in Forest Village, pupils are still having a classroom under a tree. 400 of them, 400 of our pupils are still receiving education under a tree, and that's worrisome. I also mentioned it in the Education Standing Committee that our learners are not placed, more than 6,000 of them. Although the ACDP support the Western Cape Third Adjustment Appropriation Bill, we want the Premier and the Minister of Finance to attend to these learners urgently, to address these learners that's not placed in our schools. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Christians. I now recognise Honourable Member Botha.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Dugmore quotes that Gauteng only has 400 unplaced learners. Maybe, Deputy Speaker, the reason for this is that the Gauteng learners are in the Western Cape. The third adjustment budget this year is before us less than a week before the financial year ends.
That is impossible.
And whilst much of this budget has to do with...
1 minute, Honourable Member. Can you just take your seat virtually? Can I just ask the table staff, did that look like this, Honourable Lily? Is that Honourable Lily? Honourable Lily, can I have your attention? That is the second time that you've interjected, and I've just remind generally that you're violating Rule 40. Please, that is now twice that I'm asking you to please stop interjections. Thank you. You may proceed, Honourable Botha.
Deputy Speaker, whilst this budget has to do with fighting the impact of COVID-19 over the last year, we dare not forget the inability of the ANC to manage the public purse well before this pandemic. Let us review this backdrop. South Africa has a 1.2 million large public service human resource base. Amongst others, this base includes teachers, doctors, and police officers. Therefore, a large portion of the wage bill, which currently stands at 629 billion rand, supports our frontline service workers. This wage bill is expected to reach close to 700 billion rand during the 2022-23 financial year. Economists argue the wage bill will grow to where it stands today to satisfy ANC allied unions of the past 12 years, while it grows at 40%. This is a clear demonstration of placing party interests above residents and laying a solid basis for financial collapse in the name of ANC cadre deployment. Given the long-standing and notorious South African fiscal crisis under the ANC-led national government, and in effort to mitigate complete collapse of our national fiscus, in principle, we must agree to cut costs where we can. Deputy Speaker, the third adjustment budget brought a cut of 350 million rand to the Provincial Education Department, which is a direct impact of national government failure. These funds had to be surrendered to the management of COVID-19, but Deputy Speaker, the key point is, had the provincial government received what it was promised from national government during the first appropriation, the Western Cape government would not find itself between a rock and a hard place. Though we support the cut to the public wage bill, we must buffer frontline departments such as education, health, and community safety. For years now, the provincial government has been pleading for additional police officers, and during 2018 private health authorities pleaded for national government to address the shortage of 50,000 nurses under its training rules. A growing number of learners seek places in the Western Cape schools every year because we provide quality education in this province. But because national government could not for the last 12 years act firmly and put the needs of residents first, it allowed the wage bill to explode without supporting frontline departments. So I present the direct result of ANC governance. As much as the members in opposition in this House would use budget cuts to taint the provincial government as uncaring, it is their national counterparts who are to blame for the real state of finances in the country and the surrendering of funds to reduce the ANC's curated cost of employment crisis and how it uses COVID-19 as a scapegoat. Had they cared enough, they would lobby with us for funds to follow learners and call out the national government for infrastructure cuts during the second appropriation. Without this mismanagement, we could build and staff more schools, expand our healthcare base, and add more safety boots on the ground. Deputy Speaker, I commend Provincial Treasury for performing miraculous work to mitigate the impact on the provincial budget whilst navigating and appropriating funds to manage the effects of the pandemic in the province as we close this financial year. A province where we saw the first world-class field hospital in the whole of Africa, the only province to timelessly support the sports and agriculture sector equally, to feed learners throughout the lockdown and offer small business support as we maintain the lowest unemployment rate in the country and to ensure residents in crime hotspots receive greater protection amidst the silence of the ANC. Deputy Speaker, this is DA governance and we support this appropriation. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Can I just check, is Honourable Peter Murray online? I don't see him. No. I'm going to then move on. Honourable Brinkhuis, are you ready to take your seat to do the speech?
I'm ready, Deputy Speaker.
You may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Al-Jama believes that any budget requires economic foresight, in-depth understanding of economic complexes, and above all, that the budget should address the needs of the people, more so the needs of the poorest of the poor, whilst also in alignment with government policy. 2 billion rand for improving safety in the whole Western Cape. How is the department going to create a safe environment where people can start businesses? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Brinkhuis. I now recognise Honourable Minister Simmers.
Honourable Speaker and Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier, fellow Cabinet colleagues, Honourable members on both sides of the House, honoured guests, be it physically or virtual, and the media. During recent visits to 2 of our social housing projects, namely the Anchorage project in Glenhaven, which is in Bellville, and the Region Villas projects in Weltevreden Valley, which is in Mitchells Plain, beneficiaries made it abundantly clear that their lives have improved significantly, even more so during the relevant alert level of lockdown. At the Anchorage social housing project, one of the residents that moved in is 23-year-old Miss Badrunisa Hubert, and she said, and I quote, "I chose Anchorage to practice being sustainable. The dream is owning my own home one day. This place is really comfortable and suited to my needs. We are ecstatic to live here in the Anchorage community," close quote. Another resident, who is 70-year-old Mr. Rodney Johnson, said, and I quote, "When this opportunity came along and suited me perfectly, I'm incredibly happy, as over the last while I've had some personal challenges, but this has improved my life significantly. I am pleased that I have a place to call home," close quote. At the Region Villas social housing project, 57-year-old Ms. Tanya Collins said, and I quote her, "I am very happy and I feel free, as this is the first time I have a space of my own. The 24-hour security makes me feel safe, and the kids can also play in the park because of the secure environment that is being provided, close quote. Deputy Speaker, these three examples clearly shows how the Western Cape government is ensuring people's safety and well-being, even during the relevant alert lockdown levels. Further to this, it is also important to point out that the Western Cape has the highest number of social housing projects in the country, as was confirmed by the National Minister during a visit with me to one of these sites. Yet another area where the Western Cape government has and continues to take the lead, even more so during COVID-19. We make affordable housing opportunities available throughout the province, as not everyone that's currently on the housing demand database would qualify for a BNG opportunity, Deputy Speaker. Ons verstaan die lewensveranderende rol wat ons te speel het. En dis juist waarom begunstig dis week so pas aangehaal het, so ook kan betuig, maar so ook weer eens die derde allocasie van 220.800.000 rand aan hierdie provinsie, omdat die nasionale departement besef ons verander lewensveranderende rol wat ons te maak het in ons breër gemeenskap in die Weskaap. But Deputy Speaker, we also need to first focus on safety, which we have picked up during some of our opposition members' inputs. And I should say that our designs, our plan layouts and typologies aims to provide further safety and cohesive communities. And that is undoubtedly taking shape as we speak across a lot of our projects. Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, there are various other initiatives which I can highlight to this House, which clearly forms part of our plan as we move forward into the new financial year. But what we can all agree on is that this provincial department and this provincial government really puts its money where its mouth is. We don't have time for frills, for politicking, or blowing hot air that is full of emptiness. Agbare Speaker, ons inwoners se vandag moet beter as al gister wees, maar al môre beter as vandag. Dis waarvoor en waarna toe ons as die Weskaapse regering werk. En die aansuiveringsbegroting reflekteer dit weens die 7 spesifieke areas wat die nasionale departement glo ons gaan hierdie geld optimaal in kan benut. The difference, Deputy Speaker, once again, by the faith that the National Department of Human Settlements has shown in this provincial government and department, shows the difference between a deal-led provincial government and, sadly, its ANC counterparts. The difference here is that our money will actually be spent on infrastructure and not, for instance, deadbeat SOEs that is continuing to work to the detriment of our people. And here I'm talking about SAA. Furthermore, that continues to work towards making our people suffer, which is an example of ESCOM, and we are happy to that at least the lights are still on for the sitting Deputy Speaker. And furthermore, it continues to show its disregard for our people, which here referred to budget cuts along key strategic departments, including myself in education as very good examples, Honourable Deputy Chair. And last but not least, that our budget or adjustment is aligned to empower our people, not to disempower our people, as we saw with various other cuts within specific line items within my department. Achtbare ondervoorsitter, met ons is die teenoorgestelde in die Weskaap. Ons is daarop ingestel om ons mense se lewens te verbeter. En dit geld veral vir ons bejaardes, ons medies gesertifiseerde gestremdes, persone wat nou al 15 jaar langer op ons waglyste is, maar ook vir ons agterplaasbewoners. Ons lewer dienste vir almal, selfs deur hierdie begrotingsperiode wat ons nou op reflekteer. Ter afsluiting, ondervoorsitter, as the dear Western Cape government, we lead with and for our citizens, as they are the most crucial component in our aspect of service delivery. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I now recognise Honourable Minister Mania.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. To recap, we have introduced the Western Cape Third Adjustments Appropriation Bill to enable the spending of further conditional grants to allocate additional funds to the Health Department for the fight against COVID-19, and of course to provide departments with the opportunity to voluntarily surrender unspent funds to the Provincial Revenue Fund. And we do this, of course, to ensure that funds which would not be spent, in most cases through no fault of the departments, who have been constrained by lockdown restrictions, are reallocated and actually spent before the end of the 2021 financial year. Now, on the whole question of education, which has been raised by several members, the Department of Education are, of course, working hard to provide alternatives to learners at the Forest Village School. And of course, we would want every learner to be placed. We have, and indeed, we will be leaning in to support the Education Department and have allocated an additional 4.3 billion rand over the medium term to protect the Education Department, against budget cuts, drastic budget cuts imposed by national government. Now, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, Cameron Duggan, on this question is the opposite of Hamlet. No words, no words, no words to condemn national government who have imposed such drastic budget cuts on education, which is compromising education outcomes in the Western Cape. On the question of the third wave, of course, a third wave could have been averted or at least significantly contained if national government was effectively rolling out mass vaccinations. But of course, the opposite is true, because national governments have botched vaccine procurement. And the Honourable Member asks what we are doing. Well, we are attempting as a province to procure vaccines. And again, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition is the opposite of Hamlet. No words, no words, no words to condemn national government who have botched the vaccination rollout program in South Africa, which has cost lives and has cost livelihoods across South Africa. We have, Deputy Speaker, in the end, caused additional funds to be allocated where they require and to where they could immediately to defeat the second wave, and indeed that we have sufficient funds to jumpstart the vaccine rollout in the Western Cape, which in the end is saving lives and saving livelihoods in the Western Cape. Not to have done so would have been, to use the words of the Honourable Brett Heron, reckless, uncaring, and a disgrace, because it would have cost lives and cost livelihoods in the Western Cape. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. That brings us to the end of the list of speakers. That concludes the debate on the consideration of the principle of the bill. Are there any objections to the approval of the principle of the bill?
No.
No objections? Agreed to? There is an objection? All right, if objection, we will proceed. Give me a second. I'm going to call those in favor of the question being adopted, please say yes.
Yes.
Those not in favor of the question being approved, please say no.
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 The ayes have it. The question is approved. The Secretary will read the bill.
Western Cape Third Adjustment Appropriation Bill 2020-2021 financial year.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. The Secretary will now read the second order of the day.
Consideration of votes and schedule. Western Cape Third Adjustment Appropriation Bill 2020-2021 financial year.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. As we consider the votes, parties are entitled to make declarations for no longer than 3 minutes per vote. I now put vote 1, Premier. Are there any declarations? I recognize the ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The African National Congress rejects the adjustment budget for vote 1. The adjustment budget cuts nearly 4.5 million from the budget of the Department of the Premier, while the ANC is appreciative that the majority of this amount comes from goods and services and only a smaller amount comes from compensation of employees. We do believe that much more could have been cut from this department and allocated to more frontline departments such as education and social development. We are currently dealing with the worst global pandemic in a generation and must be able to prioritize services such as education and social development. By the way, Deputy Speaker, this province has received a much greater share from the national, in terms of the provincial equitable share, but its failure has been to reprioritize that equitable share to education and health in particular. This provincial government therefore rather chooses to cut on education and social development than on its fancy Centre for E-Innovation. A mere 700,000 Rand is cut from the Centre for E-Innovation, and we believe that that is not enough. We remain unconvinced that the people of our province are getting true value for money from the centre at this particular stage of the pandemic. Again, while we are appreciative that no cost of employee cuts have gone to the people management program, but we do state that the cuts could have been made to program 1, which is administration, and program 4, which is the Centre for E-Innovation. Therefore, Deputy Speaker, the ANC does not support this adjustment budget for vote 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now recognize, and we note the objection from the ANC. I now recognize the DA.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, we welcome the third adjustment budget of the Department of the Premier. This department, like governments and departments across the board, had to make some tough decisions due to a hard prolonged lockdown imposed by national government, and to ensure the department is operating effectively and efficiently as always. Throughout this lockdown, the Department of the Premier provided transversal services, operated an effective call centre, and demonstrated why they are the best Department of the Premier in the country without a doubt. The Department of the Premier led the way in government communication for the Western Cape, and they have done extremely well, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Today, we all know hashtag mask up Western Cape, hashtag wear a mask, hashtag stay safe, hashtag stay home, and hashtag stop the spread. And all this is due to the effective communication from the Department of Premier, its partners, and its agencies. In this way, the Department of the Premier supported our efforts, all of us as members, to effectively and clear factual information to all our millions of residents to make well-informed decisions. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, throughout this period, our Children's Commission has worked extensively, visiting all regions in the province to promote the well-being for our next generation. Our office is now almost completely capacitated and fully functioning, and the funds that have been ring-fenced to further bolster our office in the next financial year. We are grateful of the Department of the Premier that allocated warm bodies to assist the Children's Commission forward. This is good governance, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Despite the global pandemic, this department is agile and capable and innovative, so we all can get the job done. We want to thank the Premier, the Head of Department, Dr. Manila, the top management in all the staff, and the Department of the Premiers to ensure that we all stay safe. As the Democratic Alliance, we welcome and support this third adjustment vote. I think.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I don't see the EFF. Any declarations from Good?
No, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. The ACDP?
No, Deputy Speaker.
Freedom Front Plus? I don't see. Al Jamal?
No, Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any objections to vote 1?
No.
Yes, thank you. And as I mentioned, we'll note the objections from the ANC. I now put vote 3, Provincial Treasury. I'm going to start with the EINC and I'll end with the DA, so please be patient. ANC, any declarations from you?
Yes, Deputy Speaker.
I recognize you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The declined support for this adjustment budget, vote 3, while we acknowledge the over 17 million cuts made to the provincial treasury and over 10 million thereof budget to the department. The provincial treasury has surrendered 17.3 million to the PRF due to COVID-19 impacts and tightened expenditure control. In an environment of a global pandemic that has been scientifically proven and affect economies to South Africa and Western Cape, we are alive as ANC to the reality of budget cuts compared to the DA that always uses this as an excuse to peddle lies and actually do a very foolish competition with national government. What is our concern with the budget cuts will always be what are the justifiable reasons behind the cuts, and also where has the cuts been made. So in that regard, what we are calling for in this particular budget is the delayed procurement of technical support panel for municipalities in a period where municipalities are lifeline and pressures of the effects of the pandemic. Are these cuts justifiable? We ask, and we remain with the ailing capacity that will contribute to further fiscal leakages. Again, what are the savings due to efficiencies in the production of mero and pero? As surely we have seen how this report is exposing glaring inequalities in the regional and local economies, that discussions at these levels are sometimes hiding those. We would hope that these cuts are not going to weaken that work of the mero and pero. Whilst we appreciate the announcement on work on the fiscal futures, we remain concerned that should include current fiscal glaring underspending on conditional grants and also in a limited financial resource environment. If the budget cuts impact on the cost of delivering services to vulnerable, we are also encouraged by what the Fiscal Commission has advised all governments that hitting sustainable fiscal path, it should not be the retrogression of the socio-economic conditions of South African citizens. And for that reason, we do not support this vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I note the objection from the ANC. Good. Any declarations?
No, Deputy Speaker.
No. ACDP?
No, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. And Al Jamahal? No.
No, Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize the DA.
Deputy Speaker?
Yes, I can hear you.
Are you able to hear me?
I can hear you clearly. You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I would like to commence with welcoming the work of Provincial Treasury in an unprecedented manner. This past year, the Minister of Finance has, due to the global impact of COVID-19, tabled 5 budgets before us, as well as the pero and the mero. There is a 17.3 million rand reduction in this vote to the Provincial Treasury, of which almost 11 million rand includes savings on items such as travel and subsistence and efficiencies when producing the mero and pero. More than 2 million rand was also saved by consolidation during the grant review process. Deputy Speaker, if you budget 5 rand for apples and the market says actually the apples cost and have 1 rand savings. Also, Deputy Speaker, if previously you needed apples, but now because of digital transformation, you can have online digital apples, then you are also going to have savings in your budget. Deputy Speaker, there was also financial recovery services grant of almost 3 million rand, which could not be transferred to Kanaland local municipality, the only eligible municipality, because they were disputing the validity of the provincial intervention. And in a recent court judgment between the province and Kanaland municipality, the court found that the municipality had, quote, committed itself to a path of unlawfulness, quote close, by seeking to accept the 25-year, 730 5.
Honourable member, can I ask you to just switch your video off and speak so we don't lose you? Honourable Bartman, can I ask, can you hear us? Can I ask that you speak without your video so that we can try and get a better sound? If you can just finish that where you've just ended now. We've lost her. Honourable Bartman, I've seen. Are you there?
Deputy Speaker, where did you lose me, and then I'll start from there?
Yes, please.
I'm here, Deputy Speaker. I'm leaving my video off. Deputy Speaker, are you able to hear me?
Can hear you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I will then continue at the Financial Recovery Services grant. Deputy Speaker, this particular grant of almost 3 million rand, which could not be transferred to Kannaland local municipality, the only eligible municipality, because they were disputing the validity of the provincial intervention. Yes, Speaker.
If you just hold on, please. I see there's been a hand up. Honourable Smith, do you have a point of order?
Deputy Speaker, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
No, my hand has been up for a while now, Deputy Speaker. I just wanted to call an order because I lost this member at the 5 rand example of the apples and so on. So if I couldn't really hear what she was saying after that. So can she go back? Or I'm raising it as a point of order, Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Noted, thank you. Should we let it proceed to? My apologies, Honourable Smith, but I will ask Honourable Bartman to start again from when I asked her to switch her video off. If we can, just stop the clock, please. Over to Honourable Bartman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I will repeat myself. Well, I 5 rand for apples, and the market says actually the apples cost 4 rand, then naturally you are going to save 1 rand. Also, if previously you needed actual apples, but now because of digital transformation, you can have online digital apples, then you're also going to have savings. Further, Deputy Speaker, there was a financial recovery services grant of almost 3 million rand, which could not be transferred to current local municipalities. The only eligible municipality because they are disputing the validity of the provincial intervention. In a recent province and the municipality, the court found that the municipality had, quote, committed itself to a path of unlawfulness, quote, closed, by seeking to accept the 25-year, 735 million rand in Nova Sure unsolicited bid while under administration by the province. Kannaland has now been ordered to desist from signing the deal and from appointing 6 new political staff. In totality, the judge described the council's actions as, quote, a recipe for chaos, quote, close. Speaker, we thus need to congratulate Provincial Treasury for consistently ensuring that grants to local governments are only dispersed once the respective conditions of such grants have been signed. The Western Cape is not a government of bailouts. No conditions, no grant. The DA supports this vote. Deputy Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, before we proceed, can I just remind you it's your responsibility to make sure you have adequate sound quality. If you feel at any time you are at risk, please switch off your videos so that we are not compromised in terms of time to try and get our members to be able to hear you. So I note the objections from the ANC. Any further objections to vote 3? No? No. Thank you very much. We now move on. I now put vote 5, education. I recognize the ANC. Are there any declarations? Yes, there are coming from the chambers. Thank you very much. Honourable Sayed.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. As the ANC, we want to say that frontline services department are usually protected at the provincial government level from budget cuts. This is because departments such as health and education are citizen-centric parts of delivering public services daily to our people. Whilst we most certainly sympathize with provincial government around the broader budget cuts, and we raise our issues inside where we have the forum to do so, but we need to also ensure that there's responsibility taken at the provincial level. In the Western Cape Third Adjustments Appropriation Bill for the year 2020 to 2021, the DA's backward and regressive approach to education is exposed. The reduction of 350 million from the budget of education, which has been surrendered to the Provincial Revenue Fund, needs to be rejected and condemned with the contempt that it deserves. 400 pupils under Forest Village trees, learning under a tree. Close on to 900 pupils in Rosenthal College, a Department of Higher Education facility, still waiting to be recognized as learners. That's unacceptable. The budget cuts come at a time when the COVID-19 pandemic has exposed the need for us to address the glaring and widespread inequalities in education. Many schools in poor and working class communities are overcrowded and are experiencing high levels of teacher shortages. Instead of spending money on building new schools, additional classrooms, and employing additional teachers as a way to address the persistent challenge of over 6,000 unplaced learners in the province, the MEC has opted to surrender 350 million to the Provincial Revenue Fund. This is treated as political petty cash that is used to advance the DA's federalism by funding parallel projects aimed at undermining national government, such as the failed so-called safety plan and the Western Cape COVID-19 vaccine procurement. No details to date have been presented to this House on these projects. We should not forget that while the Education MEC surrendered 350 million, there is no clarity on whether her department will continue with the project to build security fences in the 30 schools each year for 5 years, as was promised by the Honourable Premier in 2020 in his State of the Province address, a promise which we welcomed and which we commended the Premier on, and we hope that the Premier picks up on that and reminds the MEC that he made that promise and that she must not make it difficult for him to actually execute that. And the ANC, therefore, unequivocally rejects the Third Adjustment Appropriation Bill for Education. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Member, I now recognise any declarations from Good.
Yes, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, we cannot support this vote. We cannot support the surrender of 350 million rand while children are denied access to school and some children are denied access to being taught in their mother tongue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I recognise the ACDP. Any declarations from you?
No, Deputy Speaker.
Noted, thank you. Al Jamal?
No, Deputy Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. Democratic Alliance?
Yes, Deputy Speaker.
Noted, thank you. You may proceed.
The decrease of the 350 million rand in vote 5 is hard to digest. It is a direct impact of the ANC government failure. Although we support a cut to the public wage bill, we must buffer a frontline department such as education. Had national government, Deputy Speaker, upheld its basic right and promise of education quality, we would not be stuck between this rock and hard place. Deputy Speaker, vote 5 endured a huge cut to our infrastructure grant in the second adjustment. I want to commend Provincial Treasury for mitigating the impact that this cut in this budget has had with a third adjusted appropriation. Our cuts could have been much higher. Deputy Speaker, I'm stressing that the national government is placing strain on the Western Cape Education's mission of quality education to every learner in every classroom, in every school in this province. We have unplaced learners as we speak in this province, Deputy Speaker. This is because learners are migrating to this province for a better chance at their education. We would love to build more schools, increase staff and equip classrooms like only the Provincial Education Department can. The 350 million rand cut under the third adjustment is accommodating national failures. their favoritism to party allies over good and responsible governance, which the Provincial Treasury had to come up with a fix, as I have contributed earlier today. Provincial Treasury has done their best, and accordingly, Deputy Speaker, the DA supports the third adjusted appropriation.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I note the objections of the ANC and the Good Party. We will move over to the next vote. Thank you very much. 1 minute, Honourable Sayed.
Well, Deputy Speaker, can I just suggest, we've been getting quite a few messages from our members.
Yes.
That they're experiencing technical problems. Can we just suggest that maybe if we could just break for a few short minutes just to make sure that some of those problems are sorted out so that all members can participate and listen properly. Thank you.
Can I ask, would you want a few minutes? I can't hear you. Okay, we can proceed. We'll proceed and the technical staff will deal with the technical problems specifically with those members. Thank you very much to our technical staff. I will move over to vote 6, health. Are there any declarations from the ANC?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, there is a fine distinction between utopia and dystopia. The DA regime in the Western Cape qualifies as one of the many examples of dystopias. This government spent over 116 million on health in the third adjustment appropriation bill. Yet none of this has gone towards the improvement of the state of our public health care systems. The funds are earmarked for transfers to NPOs for self-isolation, quarantine sites, in response to COVID-19 pandemic, as well as funds required for spending on COVID-19 activities related to staff and facilities. Many hospitals, especially in rural areas, are suffering serious staff shortages. Instead of addressing these challenges, millions are spent on employing temporary agency personnel at exorbitant rates, when this could have been spent on employing permanent healthcare personnel to address service pressure in clinics and districts hospitals. This is the reason why the ANC is not in support of the third adjustment appropriation bill. The Western Cape testing strategy remains a problem, as many people under 55 years are not allowed to test, which means they may not use isolation and quarantine facilities. In a reply to my question on the 5th of March 2020, the MEC disclosed that their department did not know the number of agri-workers that have been infected by the virus. The department also does not have a record of this details of farms where COVID-19 cases occurred. How then is this budget used to contain the spread of COVID-19 in farms? In another reply, the MEC disclosed that due to emergency medical service shortcomings, the department was forced to spend 28.9 million from its COVID-19 related budget to transport 21,500 patients. The MEC further confirmed that this expenditure negatively impacted upon the existing operational budget. The ANC demand the provincial government to stop wasting money on quick fixes and invest on long-lasting solutions to improve the public health care. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. Good. Are you doing any declarations?
No, thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. The ACDP?
Nothing, Madam Chair.
Noted. Thank you. Al Jamal?
No, Deputy Speaker, thank you.
Noted. Thank you. The Democratic Alliance?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Speaker.
You may proceed.
Deputy Speaker, during the deliberations on the third adjusted estimates to provincial revenue and expenditure 2020, budget vote 6, the unprecedented times was once again evident as we conclude the third adjustment appropriation just 2 weeks before a financial year end. We nonetheless welcome upward adjustment of 116 million rand to spend. Deputy Speaker, during this unusual time, the Western Cape Health Department managed to maintain a comprehensive and extensive healthcare service, and their response to healthcare were indeed praiseworthy. During an extremely unsettling period, the Western Cape Health Department still managed to obtain a clean audit report, and that is commendable. Deputy Speaker, the third adjusted amount of 160 million were allocated as follows. Under Program 2, District Health Services received an amount of 104 million. These facilities truly felt the burden of the second wave of infections, along with 12 million rand under Program 4 allocated to provincial hospitals. Deputy Speaker, economic classification and current payments were as follows. We are acutely aware of staff pressures and the fear they share as patient numbers increase, and though no amount would suffice to this battle, we welcome additions to staff compensation and mental health well-being, especially during December and January. Deputy Speaker, during these trying times, the Western Cape Health Department kept afloat in ensuring that the necessary healthcare services as well as COVID-19 response are structured and maintained. Foresight, responsiveness, agility, and excellence have become the adjectives for the Provincial Department of Health. Deputy Speaker, nowhere in South Africa did we see the world-class response like in the Western Cape. This speaks to a committed and a dedicated team that could adjust and execute a world-class response in an unusual year. Deputy Speaker, the Democratic Alliance supports the vote without hesitation, and I call upon this House to support vote 6. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I note the objections from the ANC. Are there any further objections to vote 6?
No.
No. Okay, noted. Thank you very much. I now put vote 7, social development. Are there any declarations from the ANC?
Yes, Speaker.
May proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is both shocking and disappointing that the provincial government reduced the budget for social development. This means the provincial government has failed to protect the frontline service departments from budget cuts. For this reason, the ANC is not in support of the third adjustment appropriation bill. Over 3.2 million to provide integrated development, social crime prevention, and anti-substance abuse services to the most vulnerable. The decreased budget comes against a backdrop of increased demands for service that have been presented by increased household hunger. That has been heightened by job losses and unemployment growth. The province needed to address the looming crisis of food insecurity in the province as more and more families are unable to provide for themselves. Providing hot meals and food parcels will not provide a sustainable solution to the challenge. Moreover, the rapid population growth, unemployment, and increased numbers of non-searching unemployment youth adds to the pressure of social pathologies such as gangsterism, drug and substance abuse. The department should have availed more funds for the provision skills, training, and personal development. Instead, what we have seen is millions being surrendered to the provincial revenue fund. During a time when cases of GBV and femicides and children murders are on the increase in the Western Cape, as shown by increased GBV statistics during the hard lockdown, the government chose to cut the budget for the department. Over 10 months have passed since the national government handed over 6 shelters to the Western Cape, yet none of them are operational to this day. Yet the department is cutting down its expenditure for social development. Which sensible government would choose to take money away from social development to fund a DA federalism project while underfunding service delivered to the people? Why not take money from the provincial revenue fund to address all these challenges? I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, I know there's been quite a lot of concerns and complaints about sound. Please let me remind you, if you choose to be virtually present in the sitting, then it is your responsibility to make sure you have good sound. We have not necessarily had unnecessary sound problems from the chamber, so our video systems are working well. I'm attributing the problems to your own connectivity. So please be mindful of that. Thank you very much. I now move over to Good. Are there any declarations from you?
No, Deputy Speaker.
Noted, thank you. The ACDP?
No, Deputy Speaker.
Noted, thank you. Al-Jamal?
No, Deputy Speaker, thank you.
Noted. The Democratic Alliance?
Yes, Deputy Speaker.
Over to you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The Democratic Alliance supports this vote. As the lead department in the humanitarian response to COVID-19, the Western Cape Provincial Department of Social Development has the legislative mandate to protect the well-being of citizens in this province, but they've also taken on responsibilities from other government departments and spheres nationally. But true to form, this department has worked hard to plug the massive gaping holes in the national social security net, a giant hole left by the incompetence and sheer lack of compassion shown by the political elite in Pretoria. Deputy Speaker, as we adjust budgets for the third time during this dark year, we are completely gobsmacked as the South African Social Security Agency allowed more than 200,000 temporary disability grants to lapse countrywide, the highest number being in the Western Cape. It's an utter disgrace that when help was offered by the City of Cape Town, SASSA decided to blame the city for a lack of venues when SASSA failed to use those venues due to their lack of systems, lack of consequence management, and the general lack of planning by the CEO and the National Minister. This agency, tasked with helping the most vulnerable, could not even respond to our standing committee on time or with a clear and implementable plan for how we are going to be progressing and processing the more than 31,000 outstanding temporary disability grants by the 31st of March. But Deputy Speaker, as this adjustment budget can testify, the Western Cape government, through the Department of Social Development, has stepped in to provide relief and continuity of services. Through good planning, innovation, and the will to help the most vulnerable, this adjustment budget outlines two changes: funds that had to be adjusted to follow restorative services, and due to the COVID regulation, some funds have to be surrendered to the Provincial Revenue Fund because the department could not complete the arduous human resource recruitment program as set out in public service regulations. The budget makes provision for 6.5 million towards empowering victims of abuse and violence. 6 new shelters are being opened across the province, and more than 103 million has been added towards dealing with the growing substance abuse problem. It focuses on prevention and rehabilitation. A massive increase in the amount for food relief has also been given. There are shadows on the opposition benches attempting to deflect from the humanitarian crisis we face as a result of the SASSA backlog in grants. It must be borne in mind that SASSA under the national government is the lead agency charged with providing social support to the most vulnerable. But the minister is more preoccupied with grandstanding and standing by whilst the most vulnerable residents are being waterbombed in Bellville. In terms of gender-based violence shelters, these shadows are trying to mislead the public when they conveniently forget to mention that when the provincial government fulfilled its side of the contract, it was the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure that delayed the opening of shelters, and it's that department's responsibility to finalize refurbishment. But yet the Western Cape government now has the most shelters in the province, 26, and our minister is opening one this week. The province is focusing on homelessness and food insecurity, and this budget details that so clearly. The Western Cape Department of Social Development has continued to fund food security initiatives in this province and has given NGOs more money to support food kitchens at a community level, while SASSA stands by.
Your time is up.
Deputy Speaker, the Democratic Alliance supports this vote. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Just to be clear, I can't recall if the ANC stated that they are objecting. Can I have any objections?
Yes.
Noted, coming from the chambers, that there's an objection from the ANC. Any further objections on social development? Vote 7. No? Thank
No.
you. Your objection is noted. I now put vote 8, human settlements. I recognize any declarations from the ANC. No. All right, moving on. Any declarations from Good?
No, Deputy Speaker.
Noted, thank you. The ACDP?
No, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Al Jamal?
No, Deputy Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. The Democratic Alliance?
Yes, Deputy Speaker.
Noted, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. As the DA in the Western Cape, we welcome the increase in the budget of the Department of Human Settlements of more than 220 million by the national government. This is testament to the admission by National Human Settlements Minister Lindiwe Sisulu, who acknowledged that this province performs best with the highest number of social housing projects in the country. The Western Cape is serious about addressing the needs and the dignity of our residents, and this money goes a long way in restoring dignity to residents affected by the recent fires in Masiphumelele, which destroyed more than 1,000 structures. Of this increase, 150 million comes directly from the Human Settlement Development Grant surrendered to national government by other provinces that have not been able to spend all the money allocated to them. The Western Cape has proven time and time again that it has the commitment and the capacity to leverage every cent for the most vulnerable residents of the Western Cape, with the provincial department spending nearly all of its budget consistently. We are grateful that all three spheres of government have come together to support the victims of the fires in Masiphumelele, which have affected more than 6,000 residents. And the recent reports of arson attacks, which have destroyed temporary housing opportunities, is shocking. Every cent now spent on rebuilding these structures is another cent that is diverted away from other communities which desperately needs homes. The community of Masiphumelele must stand up to such staggering and criminal activities. These are their homes, their community, and they should be partnering with the government in protecting them. The DA support the third adjusted appropriation bill. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Any objections to vote 7? Seeing we did not have any declarations, it is the ANC. I recognise your objection. Any further? No, that's noted. Thank you. Sorry, to vote 8. May I please correct that for the record? It was vote 8. I recognise the objections from the ANC. I now move to put vote 9, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning. Any declarations from the ANC?
Yes, yes, Speaker.
Noted. You may proceed.
Honourable Speaker, Premier, members, I rise on behalf of the Congress movement to express whether to support or not to support this vote. Compared to an audited amount over 624 million for this department's total budget in the 2019-2020 financial year, this third adjustment budget cuts only 1.8 million of the department's budget. More should have been cut in order to help out education and social development. Only 900,000 is being cut in goods and services in this department. Much more could have been cut. In the 2019-2020 financial year, over 4 million has been spent by this department on advertising, 1 million on communication, 500,000 on catering for the departmental activities, and over 9 million was spent on consultants. Yet, of the mere 1.8 million to be cut, 38% will be cuts to compensation of employees, if only more was cut on goods and services. The failure of the DA to prioritize and refrain from cutting the budgets of frontline departments, it's evident of the inability to appreciate the moment. Frontline departments, which include those at the cold face of service delivery, as well as those which must champion economic recovery. The departments such as this one, budgeted by vote 9, play an indirect role and therefore should not be considered frontline. In other words, these departments could have do with a little more cuts. Therefore, Speaker, the ANC cannot support this third adjustment budget of vote 9. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Any declarations from Good?
No, thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. The ACDP?
No, thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Noted. Thank you. Al Jamal? I take that as a no. The DA?
Yes, Deputy Speaker.
Noted. Thank you. Thank
Honourable
you very much.
Deputy Speaker, honourable members, there is a fast-growing recognition.
1 minute, honourable member, 1 minute. Apologies. Over to you. You may start again, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable members, there's a fast-growing recognition that humankind must not only look at the present, but that we need to increasingly consider the effects of our actions on the future. We have a responsibility towards our children's children, and unlike the views of the ANC, we believe that the Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning has a mammoth task in guiding our conduct in this regard. We all know the important role that IT equipment plays in staff productivity. We also know that with the right equipment, many public employees were able to work from home despite COVID-19 regulations. Questions were therefore raised in the Standing Committee about an amount of 200,000 for IT equipment that has been cut from this budget. The Standing Committee was informed that in terms of the State Information and Technology Act, departments are required to procure IT equipment via contract of the State Information and Technology Agency, also known as SITA. SITA entered into a transversal contract for IT equipment in 2016. That contract was to expire long ago, but was extended from February 2020 till January 2021. And now it's been re-extended from February 2021 until end of April this year. It is clear that SITA, which has a terrible history of instability and poor service delivery since its establishment in 1999, is dragging its feet to procure new service providers for IT equipment. Honourable members, can you imagine any other entity having to procure IT equipment in terms of a tender dating back as far as 2016? The adjustment of vote 9 in the third adjustment budget is supported. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I note the objections from the ANC. Any further objections? Nope. Right, agreed to. Thank you very much. I now put vote 10, Transport and Public Works. Any declarations from the ANC?
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Deputy Speaker, can you hear me?
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the African National Congress. While this department has attempted to do its part fighting COVID-19 by providing venues for isolation and organizing some taxis as part of the Blue Dot and the Red Dot program, the reality is that in essence it looks like it has just been business as usual in the department. The program the department has engaged in since the outbreak of COVID-19 has simply been cosmetic, and therefore the ANC reject the adjustment to this budget vote. The cut should have been deeper so as to allocate more money to education and social development. After an audited amount of a total budget of over 8 billion in 2019-2020, the 16 million cut to the department is a small portion in comparison. In fact, 16 million is cut solely from goods and services, which means that the department could have probably done without these in the first place. It is also intriguing that the entire 16 million will simply come from transport infrastructure and no cuts from public works. But even in the quarantine and isolation facilities budget cuts are being made because the funds were in all likelihood not going to be spent in any case. There is an increase in allocation of COVID-19 transport, and we welcome this, but must question whether this adjustment vote realizes that there is a third wave coming. It is as if the department is not planning for a third wave. Cutting budget to COVID-19 facilities instead of cutting budget in other areas such as payments of consultants and professional services, as well as business and advisory services. This budget vote display the head in the sand approach this third adjustment budget has. The ANC reject the adjustment budget vote 10. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Declarations from Good?
No, thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Noted. Thank you. ACDP? I take no. Take that as a no. Al-Jamal? Noted. And DA?
Yes, Deputy Speaker.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier, Members of Parliament. Deputy Speaker, today I rise in support of the third adjustment estimates for 2020-21 for vote 10 on behalf of the Democratic Alliance. Speaker, the Department of Transport and Public Works aims to tirelessly pursue the delivery of infrastructure and transport services that is inclusive, safe and technologically relevant. In doing so, it seeks to heal, skill, integrate, connect, link and empower every citizen in the Western Cape. This service delivery is driven by passion and steadfast ethical commitment to the environment which places people as the cornerstone. Honourable Deputy Speaker, with that being said, one would hope that leaders and governments would step up to the plate during a crisis and do what is right for the people whom they serve. Government should lead by example and can only do so by making decisions which is ultimately benefit to the citizens. And so during the period of this adjustment, we saw this department stepping in to fill the gaps left by national government. It does so by supplementing PRASA and the restoration of train services to the province. The department leads the way beyond its mandate by getting all role players together to continuously resolve transport concerns of which national government is in fact the lead agency. We do, however, need national counterparts to join us at the table and give real meaning when it comes to getting trains back on track. Speaker, when looking at the adjustment estimate, it is clear that the Department of Transport and Public Works did exactly that. 16.54 million was surrendered to the Provincial Revenue Fund to be reallocated to Vote 6 Health in order to support the Red Dot initiative. The purpose of this initiative is to support the movement of nurses between the Brackengate facility and their homes. Deputy Speaker, when one speaks about inspiring hope, you have to deliver on your promises and find innovative solutions, particularly in a time of pandemic. This is absolutely crucial, as so many who selflessly and dutifully work to provide for their families require us as public representatives to fulfill our mandate. Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, a special word of thanks is owed to the department under the leadership of Minister Madikizela and Aisha Guj. Their actions have inspired hope to the citizens of this province. The Democratic Alliance supports Vote 10 in the third adjustment estimates 2020-21. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I note the objections from the ANC. Any further objections to this vote? No. Noted. Thank you. We now put Vote 12, Economic Development and Tourism. For the ANC, any declarations from you? I see there's no declaration. Good Party?
No, Deputy Speaker.
Noted, thank you. Is there an objection? Yes, who am I speaking to?
I've just lost you at some stage, Speaker. Which vote are we dealing now with?
We're doing Vote 12, Economic Development and Tourism.
Okay, thanks.
So I see the ACDP. Any declarations?
No, thank you, Speaker.
No. Noted. Thank you, Al-Jamal.
Are we on Vote 12, Speaker?
We are.
No, Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you. The Democratic Alliance. Yes.
It's
1 minute. Is that Honourable Nkolo? Honourable Nkolo?
Yes.
Is that you?
Speaker. Yes, Deputy Speaker.
Did you not
No,
hear your...
when I was listening, I thought you were concluding on transport.
Okay, I will give you the opportunity before Honourable Bartman proceeds.
Speaker.
I will give you the opportunity before Honourable Bartman proceeds for you to do your declaration.
Are you giving me now?
I am. I'm worried about
Okay,
your
thank
sound,
you.
Honourable Member.
Can you hear me?
I can. You may proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Patrick, maar hoekom het jy my teruggebel? Ek sê jy moet vergadering verlaat nie. Ooit agterna gesien.
Honourable members, please put your mics on mute. I don't want to listen to any telephone conversations we're not supposed to hear.
It seems like ECDP.
Honourable member, you may proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The ANC does not support this adjustment budget vote to vote 12 in the face of a global pandemic that has given a serious blow to the global economy and which has left our own national economy reeling. It makes no sense that the cut to this budget targets programs which support SMME developing initiatives which form part of the emerging themes and job creation stimulus. The same could be said for the cut in transfer to Clotex, given that our clothing and textile industry is one of the most critical ones here in the Western Cape. To call this budget a budget for hope is hoax and a complete blue lie. In this provincial economy, informal traders and hawkers have been subjected to DA blue, draconian and inhumane treatment known by many working class and poor, such as homeless people, landless communities and farm workers. Law enforcement under the DA safety plan is used to forcefully remove and displace informal traders in spaces the municipalities, such as the DA blue-eyed City of Cape Town, decides unilaterally. Mr. Kama, whose family has run for about 43 years a fruit and vegetable stall in front of Goodwood Mall, is being forcefully removed and threatened for his stock to be impounded to an area where his business may be left to die. Informal traders' rights are human rights. This is true of the situation of informal traders in Paro that were moved out of trading from Paro Mall to the back in the station road where there's no proper ablution facilities, worse for women, let alone poor and debilitating physical infrastructure of markets in the Cape Flats. Go to Bishop Levis, go to Nwankobiela inside C to see a DA segregated economic development and infrastructure program versus the renowned markets in the city. Niyabonwa who your infrastructure growth is for and those not in your plans. This is typical DA double talk, and as the ANC, we cannot support this vote. I thank you.
Noted. Thank you, Honourable Kumkondlo. Now over to Honourable Bartman, declaration for the DA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I'm a little bit shooketh because in committee, both the Economic Development and the Budget Committee, the ANC supported this particular vote. The only party that did not support it was the EFF, but I will speak on the DA's front on this particular vote. In the Green Economy sub-program, there was a savings of 2 million rand due to the estimating of a value of a bid higher than expected and thus realizing a savings on this front. Further, in the sector development sub-program, 3.3 million rand savings was declared as the process for the economic recovery strategy and immediate interventions were coming to an end, and these funds were also budgeted for a higher amount than expected. On the tourism front, there was savings due to the decrease in receiving international tourists to the province. And in total, this amount aggregated savings in the 2020-2021 financial year of 7.7 million rand. In these trying times, Deputy Speaker, we must ensure that we stretch every rand as far as possible and realize as much savings as operationally possible in order to replenish the provincial reserves over the next few years. In particular, we had to use 2.7 billion rand in the 2021 financial year in order to bolster the deficit to the total budget. And Deputy Speaker, the DA supports this vote.
Noted. Thank you. So I note the objections from the ANC. Any further objections for noting? I take that as no. Thank you very much. We'll move now over to vote 13, Cultural Affairs and Sport. Any declarations from the ANC?
Yes, Deputy Speaker.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the ANC will not support the third adjustments appropriation bill as it fails to respond to the plight of artists and athletes who suffered a great loss during their livelihoods in this pandemic. The 19.6 million that has been cut from the budget could have gone a long way to assist these athletes and artists. Our appeal to the department is to consider the plight of these people. There remains a greater need for continued support for them. There remain many challenges facing our libraries, especially in the rural areas, yet the budget for library and archives is reduced. Deputy Speaker, the 10.9 million budget cut to the sport and recreation program is totally unacceptable. The problem is it is already underfunded and cannot afford more budget cuts. While it is understandable that during the hard lockdown, there were no sporting activities, we feel like these funds could have been rolled out or reallocated to upgrade more stadiums in the Cape Flats and the rural regions to be SAS REA compliant. The department has spent millions on the case study for sport. It is concerning that the government is slow in addressing findings and implementing its resolution. This department should play a central role promoting social cohesion and national unity. It should play a key role in promoting and enhancing our cultural diversity in the province. The arts and culture organizations are instrumental in achieving this, yet millions from budget of cultural affairs program have been cut, including earmarked allocation to sport and culture organization. It is incorrect for the DA regime to continue surrendering millions to the Provincial Revenue Fund, which it only uses in pursuit of the DA federalism. The millions surrendered could have gone a long way in addressing the above-mentioned challenges. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. I trust the ICT will just look at what's on the screen there. Any declarations from Good?
No, thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Noted, thank you. Is ACDP?
No, Deputy Speaker.
Al Jamal?
No, Deputy Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. I hear someone's microphone is on. Please check that. Any declarations from the Democratic Alliance?
Good afternoon. Good morning. Yes, Deputy Speaker.
I hear you. You may proceed, Honourable Member.
Deputy Speaker, during the deliberations on the third adjusted estimates budget vote 13, Minister Andrew Murray reflected on a comment made during the introduction of the Provincial Economic Review and Outlook 2020, and I quote, "The year 2020 will be remembered as the great lockdown," end quote. This brought about a standstill. It was devastating for the arts, culture and sports sector and still is, but as we navigate to and through what is deemed as the new normal, the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport remain committed to working with all partners and stakeholders to ensure that the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on affected events and programs are minimized to create sustainability across the sector. Whilst considering budget vote 13, it is clear that the department has its aims towards excellence and inclusivity in sport and culture by creating the conditions for access and mass participation, talent identification and skills development. The department strives to bring people together, Deputy Speaker, that fosters social cohesion and inclusion. However, the pandemic, Deputy Speaker, kept us physically apart. Sectors within the arts, sports and culture space was brought to a grinding standstill since the beginning of lockdown and continues throughout the current period, which has impacted the department on spending its budget. With specific reference to the third adjustment, the department surrendered an amount of 19.62 million, of which, Deputy Speaker, 13.504 was approved for reallocation in the 2021-2022 financial year. The remaining difference is the remaining difference of the full amount surrendered relates to 3.4 million on compensation of employees as posts could not be filled due to the pandemic. Also, over 2 million on goods and services as events were either postponed or completely cancelled, and the costs were earmarked for advertising, venue hire and catering. Deputy Speaker, the 13.504 million approved for reallocation in the coming financial year relates to the broadband library connection, as the installation was impacted by the lockdown. Furthermore, 4 million going towards the Philippi Stadium, which was also halted by the lockdown, as well as the minstrel event, which has also been affected due to the lockdown. But Deputy Speaker, the department, despite the many challenges created by the diminished budgets, continued due to lockdown restrictions, found ways to support the sector during an extremely difficult time. The department provided COVID-19 relief funding valued to 4.7 million to 715 arts, culture and heritage applications, and 1 million to 46 sports federations, 39 coaches, 11 technical officials, and 24 athletes who successfully applied. And the national government would do would do well if they follow in the footsteps of the Western Cape government by assisting the sector. In closing, Deputy Speaker, I call upon this House to support vote 13.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I note the objections from the ANC. Are there any further objections to this vote? No, I take it as not. Thank you. I now put vote 14, local government. Any declarations from the African National Congress?
Yes, Deputy Speaker.
You may proceed.
Deputy Speaker, the ANC does not support the adjustments budget of vote 14. Again, while we regret the cuts to budgets, we do not believe that enough was cut from this budget, and even where the cuts were made, it left much to be desired and concerned. 13 million is a drop in the ocean for a department that had an audited figure of over 313 million in the last financial year. But even so, 10 million rand of the 13 million in cuts will be cuts to goods and services. In other words, cutting away some of the unnecessary fat in the department. Only 1.8 million of goods and services in the administration of the department was cut. More should have been cut in this program. While the ANC is concerned about the over 1 million in both programs 2 and 3 in respect of cuts to cost of employees, again, this is a very small figure compared to the 172 million spent on cost of employees in the last financial year. However, we also hope that the goods and services cuts to programs 2 and 3 will also see a cut in consultants and professional services, business and advisory services. The ANC therefore cannot support the adjustments budget of vote 14. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Any declarations from Good?
No, thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Noted. Thank you. The ACDP?
No, Deputy Speaker.
Noted. Thank you. Al Jamal?
No, Deputy Speaker, thank you.
Noted. Thank you. The Democratic Alliance?
Yes, Deputy Chairperson.
You may proceed.
Deputy Speaker, this third adjustment budget required the department to surrender 13.581 million rand. And this was largely offset by savings in various programs. But despite this reduction of its budget, the department continued to achieve and in some instances exceeded its targets. The only target it was unable to achieve was number of Tusang Centre visits. This was mainly due to the continued lockdown regulations. Deputy Speaker, this department has played a pivotal role in supporting the Western Cape's response to the COVID pandemic. This was done with distinction. So therefore, my heartfelt thanks goes out to the Minister for his decisive leadership and to the dedicated and committed officials ably led by Mr. Graham Paulser in ensuring that we continue to deliver on our mandate, the DA support the adjustment bill. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I note the objections from the ANC. Any further objections to the vote? No. Thank you very much. That concludes the decision on the votes. I now put the schedule to the bill. Any objections?
No.
No.
Noted. There are objections to the schedule of the bill. I now put clauses 1 to 3 of the bill. Any objections?
No.
No objections.
Noted. Thank you. I now put the short title. Any objections?
No.
No objections.
Agreed to. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the third order of the day.
Finalization of the Western Cape Third Adjustment Appropriation Bill 2020-2021 financial year.
Thank you very much. Mr. Secretary, I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think it's worth taking a moment before we finalise the bill to reflect on the fact that...
Honourable Minister, I've made an error. If you could just take a seat. I have proceeded far too fast. My sincere apologies. I shall repeat this. I recognise the Honourable Minister of Finance. I see that there are no lists of speakers. Are there any objections to the bill being finalised?
No.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
There are objections to the bill being finalised? All right, we will proceed. Thank you. That is noted. The Secretary will read the bill.
Western Cape Third Adjustment Appropriation Bill 2020-2021 financial year.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The bill will be sent to the Premier for assent. The Secretary will now read the fourth order of the day.
Consideration of principle of the Western Cape Appropriation Bill, B4 2021.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I now recognise the Honourable Minister David Mania. My apologies. You may proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. 10 days ago, we tabled a budget for hope, which is a budget that provides hope because it supports job creation, because it builds safer communities, and because it delivers well-being in the Western Cape. However, in the end, the budget provides hope because it supports our plan to defeat COVID-19, which is destroying lives and which is destroying livelihoods in the Western Cape. Deputy Speaker, when the Minister of Finance, Tito Mboweni, tabled the main budget, he warned that because national government owed a lot of money to a lot of people, our public finances are dangerously overstretched. We have staggering national debt, which is expected to increase over the medium term from 4.3 trillion rand in 2021-22 to 5.2 trillion rand in 2023-24. And we have staggering debt service costs, which are expected to increase over the medium term from 269.7 billion rand in 2021-22 to 338.6 billion rand in 2023-24. To make matters worse, Deputy Speaker, we must not forget that national debt does not include the 692.9 billion rand in debt owed by state-owned enterprises, or the 66.94 billion rand in debt owed by municipalities across South Africa. We will be spending 338.6 billion rand on debt service costs in 3 years' time, which is 66.25 billion rand more than we will spend on basic education this year in South Africa. Deputy Speaker, stop and think about this for a moment. We will be spending 338.6 billion rand on debt service costs in 3 years' time, which is 66.25 billion rand more than we will spend on basic education this year in South Africa. The fact is that because of national government's mismanagement of our economy, mismanagement of our public finances, and mismanagement of our state-owned enterprises, we are drowning in red ink in South Africa, which means that to balance the books, significant spending cuts have been imposed by national government. Spending on basic education over the medium term will increase by 1.6%, which of course amounts to a real decrease in spending, given that prices are increasing in the education sector at about 7.5%. Spending on health over the medium term will decrease by 0.3%, and spending on social protection over the medium term will decrease by 2.1% in South Africa. The fact is that national government, listen carefully, national government, not provincial government, have imposed cuts of 3.2% to the child support grant, 0.1% to the disability grant, and 10.9% to the foster care grant in South Africa. However, the cost pressures continue to rise, with an additional 4.3 billion rand required for higher education, an additional 7 billion rand required to bail out the land bank, and lurking in the deep, circling our public finances in search of a further 3.5 billion rand bailout is, of course, South African Airways, which, Deputy Speaker, from time to time sneaks out of business rescue to carry out irregular, unsafe, and costly vanity flights, because national government will simply not let go of South African Airways. We, of course, have not been spared, and so to balance the books, national government have imposed significant budget cuts on provinces, with spending on the provincial equitable share over the medium term having been cut by 205 billion, and spending on conditional grants over the medium term having been cut by 10.9 billion in South Africa. We know our provincial equitable share has been cut by 20.7 billion over the medium term, and our conditional grants have been cut by 1.65 billion over the medium term in the Western Cape. Yes, we have been allocated an additional 1.67 billion rand over the medium term as a result of data updates to the provincial equitable share. But the budget cut of 20.7 billion to the provincial equitable share far exceeds the 1.67 billion rand increase as a result of the data updates to the provincial equitable share, which of course leaves a net decrease of about 19 billion rand to the provincial equitable share over the medium term in the Western Cape. And so we have been forced to lean in to protect provincial departments from budget cuts imposed by national government, allocating 125 million rand over the medium term to protect the baseline of human settlements, allocating an additional 5.05 billion rand over the medium term to protect the baseline of health, and allocating an additional 4.33 billion rand over the medium term to protect the baseline of education in the Western Cape. Deputy Speaker, we have, despite the significant budget cuts, despite these significant budget cuts imposed by national government, supported the recovery plan in the Western Cape. We will spend 17.08 billion rand over the medium term to boost economic growth and to create jobs, because people with jobs have hope. We will spend 2.35 billion rand over the medium term on improving safety, because people who are safe have hope. We'll spend 115.96 billion on well-being over the medium term, because people who feel empowered and who have a sense of belonging have hope. we'll spend 29.09 billion over the medium term on infrastructure, which will boost economic growth and job creation. And we will spend 48.8 million rand over the medium term on municipal energy resilience and provide a further 20 million rand in the provincial reserves, which will enable municipalities to beat load shedding in the Western Cape. Deputy Speaker, we are, of course, concerned about people who have lost jobs, people who cannot make ends meet, and people who are going hungry. And so we have allocated an additional 100 million rand for public employment programs and for immediate food relief in the Western Cape. We will also, of course, attempt to access the 11 billion rand provisional allocation to the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative to provide employment for young people in the Western Cape. Deputy Speaker, to balance the books, we of course have been forced to draw down on our provincial reserves, but we have made provision for unforeseeable and unavoidable expenditure in the amount of 250 million in 2021-22, 350 million in 2022-23, and 432.8 million in 2023-24 in the Western Cape. We may not know the time, the location, or the magnitude of the potential third wave in the Western Cape, but it may be more severe than the second wave, which itself consumed nearly R1 billion. And for that reason, we have ring-fenced 800 million rand in the provincial reserves to fight COVID-19. We have done the responsible thing and ensured that we have the fiscal firepower necessary to save lives and save livelihoods in the Western Cape. Deputy Speaker, we have in the end tabled a budget for hope which supports our plan to defeat COVID-19, which, as I've said, is destroying lives and is destroying livelihoods in the Western Cape. We have mobilized a 2.17 billion rand war chest to defeat COVID-19 in the Western Cape. We have allocated 75 million rand for the procurement of vaccines. I think we should pause here because we have to face the fact that national government have botched vaccine procurement. The Minister of Health, Dr. Zweli Mkhize, himself has conceded that national government may not reach its target of vaccinating 40 million people by the end of 2021. So the case for a provincial vaccine procurement is stronger than ever in the Western Cape. Deputy Speaker, we have also allocated 325.6 million rand for the rollout of vaccinations, 20 million rand for communication on vaccines, 832 million to respond to the possible third wave, and we have ring-fenced, as I've said, 800 million rand in the provincial reserves to defeat COVID-19 in the Western Cape. Deputy Speaker, despite the supply crunch, we have made a good start with the vaccine rollout. 38,669 healthcare workers have been vaccinated. 4,419 vaccinators have been registered, and 2,303 vaccinators have completed their training. 12,760 single-shot Johnson & Johnson vaccine doses arrived on the weekend. And an additional vaccination site was opened this week at the Caledon Hospital, bringing the total vaccination sites to 9 in the Western Cape. However, in the end, we must vaccinate as many people as fast as possible, because in the end, with more jabs, there will be more jobs in the Western Cape. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I now recognise Honourable Dugmore.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, when the Honourable Mainir presented his budget last week, he titled it A Budget of Hope. I have quoted Václav Havel before in this House, and I would like to use a quote of his again. Václav Havel said that hope is not the conviction that something will turn out well, but certainly that something makes sense, regardless of how it turns out. Speaker, I use this quote by Havel on hope again precisely because it is very easy for us as leaders to try and mislead each other and give our people false hope. What is important in Havel's quote, and the operative word, is sense. It makes sense. Hope is making sense regardless of how things turn out. And making sense is therefore what the ANC is interested in. When we look at the conditions of our people today, conditions we had anticipated would direct the budget we are debating, then we need to make sense of these actual conditions. Yet when the DA tries to erase the past, and I think what we're facing in our province at the moment, which presents a major crisis, is we are facing a denial of the past, a denial of race, and these are in fact embedded in the constitution of our republic, that we need redress measures to particularly advance and effect redress for those historically. But you'll never hear in a speech of MEC Mainir, in a speech of the Premier, any reference to the injustices of the past or the issue of race. So we are facing the formulation of budgets in the absence of any acknowledgement of the fact that race has impacted on the lives of our people as of gender and of class, and also the fact that there's no acknowledgement. So when you have this race denialism, when you have a denialism about the injustice of the past living on in particular communities, it no doubt does not make sense because it is not informed by a narrative which actually acknowledges these divisions in our province. When the ANC in this provincial legislature tries to make sense of the budget and all the preceding plans, the programs and adjustments in it, what becomes clear to us is that the DA thinking in attempting to actually eradicate our history and therefore the lived reality of our people permeates through their governance and through this budget. The narrow and denialist philosophy of equal opportunities, which denies that the playing fields are unequal and determined by race, gender and class because of our history, speaks through this budget. When we look at a simple issue about those that have completed matric and their attempts to find jobs, the reality is that those matrics who had been classified as white, almost over 90% of those young people are finding work. And then lesser figures for learners that have been classified previously as colored and as African. And when you then simply talk about a presidential youth program, but you don't acknowledge where the target actually needs to be in terms of that redress, race denialism actually deepens inequality. And that is, I think, a crisis that we face because, in fact, the provincial government in its orientation and in its narrative is actually denying fundamental premise of the preamble to our constitution, which talks about the need to redress those because of past racial discriminatory practices. So race denialism, class denialism, and gender denialism, all of these are the very antithesis of making sense because we deny them, and that doesn't make sense, of the conditions of the majority of people. How does one give hope to the majority of people of this province when you deny the fact that for the majority where they are born, where they live, how they live, where they go to school, the fact that they cannot get into school, they'll probably drop out or not find a job, that substance abuse is part of their family's life, among so many other factors, are all determined by the history of this country, a history based on racism, classism, and sexism. So the problem that we face as the Western Cape is that this DA-led provincial government attempts to make sense of the land question and attempting to address it without wanting to go into issues of race, class, and gender. Leave aside the issue of agricultural land in this province, where this very DA MEC, Dr. Ivan Meyer, said that they have no figures about land ownership of agricultural land in the province. He said, if you want that, go to the deeds office. So here we have an MEC who should be advancing agricultural land ownership for those that have not been allowed previously to actually own farms, saying we don't keep stats on that. And I think that this permeation of race denialism actually now impacts on the fact that the MEC, who's supposed to oversee the transformation of the agricultural sector, says we don't keep figures of that. That is the most direct admission of race denialism, and that is going to impact, obviously, on the budget priorities. When we look at urban land, the reality of our Western Cape in terms of urban land ownership is that historically classified white South Africans own 70% of such urban land. Colored South Africans own only 10.7%, Indians 8%, and Africans 3.5%. This in stark contrast to the demographics of our province as per Census 2011, which are that the colored community constituted 48.8%, African community 32%, Indian 1%, and white 15%. So when you have urban land ownership as skewed as this, but you have a refusal by the MEC or the Premier to talk about these things, clearly then the budgets that we are discussing in this House are not going to address those fundamental issues. We as the ANC are a non-racial organization. We believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white. But if we are going to deny the impact that lives with us today of this history, it is clearly going to mean that we have budgets which don't address these issues. When the ANC insists that the law must be obeyed and that the broad-based Black Economic Empowerment Act must be implemented, even here in the Western Cape, senior leaders of the DA scoff at this idea, while others are quickly instructed to submit their departmental reports to the Commission. The reality is, Deputy Speaker, to the Premier, that this provincial government was not up to date with its reports. It's only when Member Nkondlo wrote to the BEE Commission and they then said that yes, Western Cape departments have not complied, that the Western Cape then did comply. But for a number of years, there was no compliance, and no amount of spin will remove the fact that there has not been a serious commitment to a piece of law specifically aimed at empowering the broad Black majority in terms of economic opportunities and ownership. The ANC welcomes the acknowledgement that the provincial equitable share was increased. And I think the failure of this budget, because most and all other provinces have faced the budget cuts, and as the ANC, we acknowledge the fiscal challenge that our country faces and we need to deal with it. But most of those cuts relate to the public service. Now, when you have an increase in your provincial equitable share, but you don't see the direction of that towards where the population growth pressures are most, in our schools, in our health clinics, that is the problem, because that 1.6 billion that the MEC refers to has not been then reprioritized within this provincial appropriation. So that for us does not make sense. And as Havel's definition of hope demands, that despite the reallocation of funds, education still suffers as some schools are closed, and more than 6,000 children sit outside the education system, not having been placed. This is a crisis. This is scandalous, and that this happens. And we had an equitable share which we could have allocated and reprioritized within this budget, and we have not done that. The fiscal ill discipline makes no sense when you cut budget so as to procure vaccines yourself, as this simply, we would argue, scores political points against the national government, who, like many other developing countries, are facing challenges in regard to the rollout of the vaccine program. While there is much fanfare on the procurement of vaccines, which this provincial government envisaged will cost 75 million for now, we have yet to see a detailed program. And I would like to ask the MEC to directly respond to that. This 70 million for municipalities, how many megawatts will it buy? Or is all of this money around the energy going to be allocated to consultants? Will it ensure any megawatts are actually delivered? Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I recognise Honourable Bartman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to debate the Western Cape Appropriation Bill. Deputy Speaker, I think there's some as well.
I can hear you.
Okay, no problem. I'll go ahead. It is expected that in 2020, the Western Cape economy will contract by 6.4% and that we will recover at 4.6% in 2021, compared to South Africa, which is expected to contract at 7% in 2020 and recover at 3.3% in 2021. But Deputy Speaker, I just want to address two matters that the previous speaker has indicated. I won't be able to address everything. But firstly, Member Dugmore, Deputy Speaker, speaks about coloured and black students that not getting into tertiary education. This past month, Deputy Speaker, I had to help 9 students from Laingsburg who recently matriculated find a lawyer pro bono so that the lawyer can write a legal letter to Northland College, which is under the National Government Administration. And they did not get in because Northland College simply did not look at their applications, and now the classes are full. Not even an answer to the application. To date, they have neither replied to my letter nor the lawyer's letter, and we are not going to let it go. So, Deputy Speaker, Member Dugmore moet voor sy stoep gaan vee. And in terms of the provincial equitable share, for the 2020-2021 year, we expected 59.2 billion rand during the 2020 MTF. We are getting 54.4 billion rand during the 2021 MTF, and that is for this new financial year. So again, yes, the actual money amount increased, but we got 4.8 billion rand less than what we were supposed to get. And this was indicated in Budget Committee by the presentation in the Excel sheet on page 21. The growth, Deputy Speaker, in the province is expected to be led by the trade and finance sectors, accompanied with a rebound in the tourism sector. The impact of the drought recovery and the implementation of the vaccination program on economic activity. All areas where the work of the provincial government has stepped in, which will make a difference to economic recovery and growth of the Western Cape. As a province, as indicated previously, we were expecting a total budget of 76 billion in this year. Based on the 2020 estimates, we are now getting 71 billion. We were expecting 81 billion rand in the 2022-2023 year. We are now going to receive 71 billion. We were expecting 84 billion in 2023-2024. We are now going to get 72 billion rand. And in total, those budget cuts to the 2021 MTF period now amounts to approximately 26 billion rand, comprising of a 24 billion rand cut from the provincial equitable share and an almost 2 billion rand cut from our conditional grants. All of this information on that same slide 21. The biggest conditional grant cuts, ironically, will be to the health budget, totaling over 400 million rand in the 2021-2022 financial year. We had to bolster the 2021-2022 budget with almost 2.7 billion rand of our own money from the Provincial Revenue Fund and Asset Financing Reserve in order to ensure that we do not have a budget deficit in this new financial year. Deputy Speaker, despite these national budget cuts, we will continue to experience as a province load shedding. And the Premier and the Western Cape Minister of Finance has committed for the Western Cape to become the first province to beat load shedding. The Western Cape government will spend 48.8 million rand over the medium term to beat load shedding. And the Department of Economic Development and Tourism was already in a process of drafting memorandum of an understanding between the provincial government and the candidate municipalities, and has already appointed experts in order to support them in providing energy security for the people, as revealed in a written question that I received an answer for this past week. The Atlanta Special Economic Zone is supposed to take advantage of the green economy, which is on the precipice of becoming one of the fastest growing sectors, economic sectors in the world. You cannot want bailout after bailout when it comes to entities such as SAA and Eskom, but the people of South Africa are eating cold food in the dark. We are using now candles to study for matric, as we did in the 2007 and 2008, and we are walking in the dark street on the way home after closing up shop. We need energy security. We need power to the people, Deputy Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Bartman. I recognise Honourable Heron.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, it is said that budgets are moral documents. If you want to see a government's morals or their priorities, just look at their budget. And budgeting involves making choices. Our provincial government has chosen to allocate 750 million rand over the next 2 financial years for the employment of another 500 learner law enforcement officers, their LEAP project. Their choice is to create an illusion of safety and crime fighting. It is a false illusion and a dangerous one. It is dangerous because you're telling people living in extremely violent conditions that they will be safer, but they are not. The LEAP officers are not making these communities safer, nor can they. The investment in an ill-conceived, unresearched, and rapidly implemented safety plan is disproportionate to the urgent need to address the lived conditions that give rise to gangsterism and crime. The MEC for Education has a standard response to questions about inadequate schooling, that national government has cut her budget. But the Western Cape Cabinet could have chosen to invest in schools rather than LEAP. The Mayor of Cape Town was confronted last weekend about the Dido Valley housing project, and he told the resident to shut up. That project was delayed because the provincial government reduced the city's HSDG funding. The Western Cape government could have chosen to invest in more housing rather than LEAP. While children are unable to access schools, while children are learning under trees, while families are stuck in backyards or informal settlements, homeless for decades, and while millions of people are unemployed, this government has made the choice to invest 1.3 billion rand in an illusion of policing. It doesn't take much to imagine the impact and investment of an additional 1.3 billion in schools, housing, infrastructure, or social services would have made. We will not eliminate rampant crime until we address the lived conditions of those communities. The choice of this government to step outside its mandate and fund an inadequate form of policing instead of investing in schools or housing or jobs is immoral. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Heron. Can I just check, has anybody got their hand up here? We seem to have a little bit of a glitch with no hand being showed to the person, although there is a hand showing on my screen. It sounds a bit strange, but if there is, I apologize. We're just trying to fix that up, and I will recognize you when I know who that is. I now move over to Honourable Minister Murray.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In times of crisis, particularly in a dismal national climate, funds must be reprioritized in the best interest of those we serve, not only to save lives, but livelihoods as well. As the Western Cape is committed to doing its part to restore our nation's fiscal sustainability and spend our resources wisely, extremely difficult decisions had to be taken to reprioritize funds to support immediate financing requirements for the Western Cape Recovery Plan, focusing on jobs, safety, and dignified well-being. The lack of promised funds from the national government indeed placed the Department of Culture Affairs and Sport programs and services at the short end of the proverbial stick, as many events were cancelled and projects could not continue due to the national lockdown regulations. However, when we are challenged to this extreme, time and again, the Western Cape government, and particularly the Department of Culture Affairs and Sport, team rises to the occasion and becomes more innovative in our business to continue to serve for all who call the Western Cape home for culture affairs and sport. Despite the sad state of affairs, as we safely move forward in the Western Cape, culture and sport activities are slowly resuming in the new norm of the sectors, but are struggling to survive following the blow executed by national lockdown regulations as well as the national government's nonchalance to the needs of our cultural affairs and sporting communities. The question then arises, what did the Western Cape government as the Department of Culture Affairs and Sport do to support the sectors we serve? To comprehensively respond to this would take us days, but to name only a few proactive measures to show in real terms what can be done with a severely limited budget if the political will is there to effectively assist our artists, NGOs, culture organizations, and sports people in need. These include, in addition to the Department of Culture Affairs relief funding, we allocated 500,000 from the Ministerial Culture Outreach Funding to support another 13 culture institutions, while the DCAS managed to transfer funding to several NGOs so that their much-needed projects could continue despite the devastation caused by the lockdown regulations. While the National Department of Sport, Arts and Culture cut their contribution to major events like the KAKA, the International Jazz Festival, Suid-Oosterfees, and others, we managed to innovatively support the Suid-Oosterfees and KAKA to continue producing events inclusive of our local talent to also serve as an economic injection to the respective regions in which these festivals are situated, fully compliant to the compulsory protocols in place. For the first time, we also supported the Theatre Benevolent Fund, which assists artists. Deputy Speaker, it is no secret that due to the vague national lockdown regulations and lack of support from the national institutions who ought to protect and serve them, several private theatres closed, of which the Fugit is the most notable. The Western Cape government is saddened that the Fugit Theatre has closed its doors permanently. It is a devastating sign of just how badly the arts industry has been hit by the COVID-19 pandemic over the last year, and a clear indication that more needs to be done to keep it afloat over the year ahead. The national lockdown regulations, which amongst others close theatres under alert levels 5, 4, 3, and 2, and when allowed to reopen under alert level 1, impose guidelines limiting audience numbers and stage presence. This has essentially reduced ticket sales, further restricting revenue for theatres to operate, but also adversely affected the artists performing on these stages, as for many of them, their sole stream of income is generated by these performances. This has been further exacerbated in delays in providing relief funding to artists promised by the national government, firstly by President Ramaphosa in the form of the Presidential Employment Stimulus Program, and secondly by the National Department of Sport, Arts and Culture and the National Arts Council in the form of relief funding. An urgent conversation is needed with the national government and other stakeholders in order to find ways to ensure that this sector can remain sustainable in South Africa, and so that we save the thousands of livelihoods that this sector supports. We have to plot a new, safe and sustainable way forward for this sector as a matter of priority. To this end, I've tried to request an urgent meeting with Minister Nathi Matekwa to initiate this pivotal conversation, as a date for the next ministers and members of Executive Council meeting in the MINMEC has not been scheduled for this year as yet. Deputy Speaker, today I stand in solidarity with our artists, culture organizations and events industry and support the call for the President to intervene, as I agree with so many inquiring stakeholders, including our opera singer Simongile Ngoma. As she stated, and I quote, "What we need right now is the intervention of the President. The NAC must go." That's the National Arts Council. "This place needs a revamp," unquote. The Western Cape government has, despite the major challenges created by diminished budgets and continued restrictions, found ways to support the sector during this unprecedented time. We provided COVID-19 relief funding valued at 4.7 million and 1 million to sport federations, coaches, technical officials, and athletes who successfully applied for the affiliated federations. While the provision appears minute in proportion to the demand, it indeed served as a lifeline and assisted our artists and athletes who were the last to return to their business. A great deal in retaining their dignity to provide for their families' well-being. But, Deputy Speaker, we know this is not enough, and that is why we need to urgently find a new and safe normal for this vital sector. It is soul-crushing that some applicants are still awaiting their promised financial support from the national government almost a year on, particularly as a direct result of procedural inadequacies and maladministration, as is evident in the suspension of both the CEO and CFO of the National Arts Council. As we now contain, adopt and recover in the Western Cape, we are exploring different avenues of support to the arts industry. This, amongst others, includes strengthening our partnerships with stakeholders across the province to ensure the impact of the pandemic.
Honourable Minister, you've disappeared in terms of your audio. Can you just check?
So can you
Just
hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
I just will repeat. As we now contain, adapt and recover in the Western Cape, we are exploring different avenues of support to the arts industry. This, amongst others, includes strengthening our partnerships with stakeholders across the province to ensure the impact of the pandemic on our portfolio, affected events and programs will be minimized to increase sustainability of the sector. Local content showcasing has also moved up on our list of priorities, and in early February this year, the DECA has invited registered arts and culture organizations and institutions, artist groups, individuals involved in artistic expressions and arts and culture events companies to submit their online applications for project funding for the 2021-22 financial year. Deputy Speaker, the consistent national funding of state-owned enterprises in the forms of bailout is a smack in the face of our hardworking artists.
Minister, can you finish off?
Thank you. I just want to ask the Culture Affairs Aid and Sports sector have been and continues to be devastated by lockdown regulations, COVID-19 concerns. The Western Cape government understands the immense pressure they are under to sustain their livelihoods, that of their families and all those reliant on them. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize honourable questions.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Western Cape Education Department and under the DA government does not have enough money to place more than 6,000 vulnerable learners to date, but yet they have the audacity to foist down a policy that will lead to gender identification confusion. The ACDP wants to know what this draft guidelines on sexual orientation and gender identity policy will cost this government. What will it cost this government? The ACDP strongly objects against this policy implemented by this DA government in our Western Cape public schools. This is a ludicrous policy, and we understand the DA seeks to eliminate discrimination against the LGBTQ community, but the ACDP does not support an ideology forced down the throat of our learners and our schools. This policy will give the parents no right, because now teachers and principals are there to guide learners that is, so to say, confused about their gender. And this is unacceptable because our parents are taking away the guidance of our parents. Some of the ludicrous guidelines that's recommended in this absurd policy is about the uniform code. Learners cannot dress according to their gender identity. It also recommends that learners bring partners of their choice to school functions, and also regardless of orientation. Schools can also now decide on unisex bathrooms and facilities where possible. Now we see that this is a disaster in the UK because girls are skipping school because to avoid transgender bathrooms. Girls are skipping schools because they avoid sharing gender-neutral toilets. Now, this absurd policies that's not working in the UK is now going to be implemented by this Western Cape government. The ACDP rejects this policy very, very strongly. And we want to ask the government, the DA government, the Western Cape Education Department, to reconsider this policy and look at religious beliefs and speak to those religious leaders and get a policy that represent most of our community and not a small bit of our community. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I note the Freedom Front Plus not being here. I then move over to Honourable Brinkhouse.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. A budget for hope, and we ask for who, Honourable MEC? Is this a budget of inclusive economic growth and development to stabilize public finances for economic recovery, we are not convinced. We as the Al Jamaa, we are not convinced it is protecting the immediate needs of the poor in this province and that of the frontline workers in the public services. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I recognise Honourable Philander.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. To achieve herd immunity by 2022, 210,000 shots need to be administered in South Africa every day. Currently, Deputy Speaker, only 6,000 shots are administered per day, a blatant shame and a disregard for life. This is purely because national government has not provided provinces with a sufficient steady supply of COVID-19 vaccines. And at that, Deputy Speaker, it is because there is no SAPRA approved vaccine in this country which is not part of a limited trial study. Deputy Speaker, the ANC attempts to twist the facts as usual when they claim that the Western Cape government is wasting resources. The facts are, however, firstly, South Africa does not have enough vaccines in the pipeline to reach population immunity this year or the next. The current forecast is a whopping 18 plus years, that thanks to an incompetent ANC national government. Secondly, a reminder to all that the first duty of a government is to protect the lives of residents. For that reason, the Western Cape government absolutely must take every possible measure to support its residents against COVID-19. This includes vaccine supplies, which are initially budgeted for at 75 million rand. Thirdly, Deputy Speaker, 800 million rand has been set aside by the province as part of ring-fence funds for the COVID-19 rollout and, if necessary, additional procurement. Deputy Speaker, by deliberately misconstruing the facts, the ANC drives a reckless narrative, which, if left unchecked, stands to cost lives, cripple the economy further, and tarnish livelihoods. As the Democratic Alliance in the Western Cape, we thus welcome the announcement by the Provincial Minister of Finance, David Maynier, to avail 75 million rand to procure additional 500,000 single-shot vaccines to support national government efforts. We further welcome the province's foresight and excellence in governance to escalate its rollout strategy to 30,000 jabs per day in order to achieve population immunity in line with national targets. If only the ANC national government can deliver the vaccines, we'll do the rest. What we need now, Honourable Deputy Speaker, is a proper, well-funded and resourced vaccination program. We need hope, Speaker, as the budget of the Western Cape government provides us with. Failing to plan is to plan to fail. The DA in the Western Cape has no intention of failing its millions of citizens waiting in anticipation for a failed ANC national government. Though national government has reiterated that it not been necessary for the province to explore avenues for procurement, the pace at which we set out to achieve immunity is crucial to the well-being of our future. Vaccinations prevent and limit mortality, protect the healthcare system in the very likelihood of subsequent waves of unknown intensities, and prevents our economy from further regulatory burnout. Deputy Speaker, the reality is that vaccines support jobs, dignity and safety, and COVID-19 is the enemy of those goals, but one which we as the DA continue to fight. We support this budget of hope because it will see us weather an unparalleled humanitarian crisis. While SASSA can barely carry out its mandate, the Western Cape government will oversee support to 6 new gender-based violence shelters, leading the province to hold the highest number of shelters in this country. We have further set aside 15 million rand for homeless persons, increasing bed space for those who need a place of safety. And Deputy Speaker, this budget enables us to continue to provide support to all vulnerable persons in the province through ongoing assistance to NGOs and charitable organizations. We must, Deputy Speaker, recognize that donor fatigue is setting in. The entire country's social support infrastructure has been let down by national government, and the only way out of this downward spiral of increasing poverty is the steady supply of vaccines. That is why the availing of funds to procure additional vaccines despite fiscal difficulty speaks to a hopeful Western Cape, a budget that speaks to the commitment of one of the core values of a caring provincial government and the pledges made in the Premier's State of the Province address. Deputy Speaker, I have hope in the budget presented for 2021-2022 financial year, hope in the planning, foresight, the people-centered approach, and hope of the exceptional diligence with which this DA-run Western Cape served the people of the Western Cape. The DA thus supports this budget, Deputy Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I recognise Honourable Sayed.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. This year, South Africans commemorated the 61st anniversary of the Sharpeville massacre under the theme, The Year of Charlotte Maxeke, Promoting Human Rights in the Age of COVID-19. The theme is to celebrate and pay tribute to the 150th anniversary of the birth of the liberation struggle heroine and human rights campaigner, Mama Charlotte Maxeke. We also, as has been previously stated by Member America, we're also commemorating the death of Cecil Esso, an anti-apartheid activist who fought for our liberation from this province. And we want to thank the province and the Premier for according him with the dignity that he deserves, and want to thank all involved in ensuring that that has happened. The ANC, drawing on that tradition, remains committed to fighting any forms of injustice perpetuated against the majority of our people. Professor Sampieter Blanche captured the root cause of many of the problems that we are faced with today, wherein the professor stated, and I quote, "The democratic government that assumed power in 1994 inherited a rather contradictory legacy. On the one hand, it inherited the most developed economy on the African continent, with a modern physical and institutional infrastructure. On the other, it inherited major socio-economic problems, including high levels of unemployment, the abject poverty of 50% of the population, sharp inequalities in the distribution of income, property, and opportunities, and high levels of crime and violence. Sadly, Deputy Speaker, the successive DA administrations in the Western Cape have been in denial of this historical fact and have opted for the easier route of masking over the problems whilst avoiding fixing it by pursuing what they call the open opportunity society, a liberal concept. And this is now getting worse because those even within the Democratic Alliance that have sought to move away from that narrative and speak about redress are then isolated. They then have to form their own political parties. They move out of the Democratic Alliance. Life is made very difficult for them. Any notion of redress, any talk about redressing the past imbalances means that you are not considered to be liberal enough. It's not part of the value offering that the DA says it wants to offer. Anything that moves away from the Institute of Race Relations narrative is seen as a negative. In fact, Deputy Speaker, the DA even now is not ashamed to go and side with the right wing in this country, Deputy Speaker, and jumps up on anything that speaks about redress. Land reform is one example. We even found MEC Schaefer taking issue with the University of Cape Town when there was no issue at all, when the university clarified that a learner was not denied entrance because of the color of his skin. He was actually given an opportunity, but because there was something of race, and to make sure that you can show that white South Africans are being discriminated against, the MEC jumped on that issue. I think the DA have regressed in this regard. Deputy Speaker, through this approach, I want to say, through this approach, the government of the DA has ignored the deeply entrenched structural challenges that were inherited from the apartheid regime. In his so-called budget for hope, MEC Mania claimed that he would support job creation, build safer communities, and deliver well-being for communities, what he has termed the 3 North Stars. The 3 North Stars will throw 17.8 billion to boost private sector investment, but no real details as to who in the private sector. The struggles that Honorable Shadow MEC Norman Kondlo has raised, and which is even spoken to today, the struggles for small and medium enterprise business owners in our townships continues to persist. We are deeply concerned that this 17 billion will not benefit them. There'll be so much of red tape preventing them from benefiting. We know that 17 billion whom it's going to benefit, because the DA believes fundamentally in a trickle-down effect. Support big business so that big business can be trusted to support those on the ground, and that does not happen. Deputy Speaker, for safety, 2.3 billion over the MTEF will be spent on the failing safety plan and other programs that have failed to address the root causes of crime in our province. It is not surprising that all the crime and murder hotspots are in the previously disadvantaged communities. Imagine a budget for hope, Deputy Speaker, that only allocates 25 million for food relief in the midst of a pandemic that has led to increased levels of poverty, unemployment, and high numbers of families that can no longer provide for themselves. Not only is this not enough to address the challenges, but food parcels and hot meals are not sustainable method to address rising levels of food insecurity in the province. The DA government needs to embark on rigorous programs to address food security. Programs from the mayor of Cape Town going around masquerading as government programs, which are actually DA programs to buy votes and dish out food parcels, are not going to be enough.
Point of order, Deputy
Yes,
Speaker. I think it
take
must
your
have
seat.
been about 3 times now that the Honourable Mackenzie has been interjecting. And I think the problem is that when he's not called to order, then a perception is raised that the neutrality of the chair is not what it should be. I want to appeal to you to please call the Honourable Member to order.
Right. Thank you, Honourable Member. Please contain yourself in terms of Rule 40. Thank you.
Sorry.
Can I continue, Deputy Speaker?
You may.
Deputy Speaker, the government of the Democratic Alliance is not, it needs to be rigorous, more rigorous on programs to address food security. The ANC indeed, as we've stated before, sympathizes with this government that cuts are not good in general, but fiscal ill discipline is also not good. The DA has ignored all the deeply entrenched structural and historical challenges and prioritized, yet again, have prioritized its duplicate and failed provincial rollout of vaccinations, for which over 325 million is budgeted for. Honourable Falanda has tried to explain it and to speak about 18 years. I don't know what that 18 years refers to, but still, Honourable Falanda has failed to give us details about this rollout, to tell us how it will exactly be supporting national government. It's a parallel process, because even at the onset, when the Premier spoke about this parallel rollout, the head of Department of Health, Mr. Keith Kluter, actually contradicted that in the ad hoc committee for health, actually indicated that private companies, it's not very easy for private companies to provide such vaccines to provinces. They deal with national governments. Have they also looked at some of the scientific developments around these vaccines? But it's a waste of money. It's a parallel process. It is cheap political point scoring, Deputy Speaker. As the possibility of a third wave is slowly becoming a reality, there is no sense of urgency shown by the provincial government to minimize the risk and to prepare our public healthcare system. In fact, what we see is calls for us to move away from level 1 as we start to approach a third wave. Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Finish off, please.
As I conclude, let me just address my learned colleague, Honourable Bartman. And I want to commend Honourable Bartman for a fight for learners who are not placed at Northlink College. But I also want to call upon the Honourable Bartman to engage her party colleague, MEC Schaefer, to engage MEC Mania through the position she holds as the chair of the Finance Committee to prevent WCD, to please ensure that that Provincial Treasury sends back that money, the 350 million, to the WCD, so it can place the over 6,000 learners. And I say over 6,000 because we don't have the exact figures, because we've asked the department and they committed to the committee that every week we'll get an update on the unplaced learners. To date, they have not given the standing committee that updated figures. All we had is rough figure of over 6,000. This is completely unacceptable. She should urge the MEC to send the money back so that it can be spent by the Department of Education in this particular province. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Terry. I recognize Honourable Madikizela.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I hope colleagues can hear me loudly.
We can hear you loud and clear.
I have switched off my camera so that we don't have problems of the signal. Deputy Speaker, in his speech last week, my colleague, the Minister of Finance and Economic Opportunities, Minister Menel, stressed that despite the ongoing failure of the national government to manage the economy, rampant corruption, and a range of other potentially crippling threats to the well-being of South Africa and its citizens, the Western Cape has been able to table a budget for hope about jobs, about safer communities, and increased well-being. Now, Member Dagmore spoke about realism and whether this budget is realistic. And I can understand, Deputy Speaker and colleagues, why Member Dagmore is raising this issue. Because if the national government is failing to vaccinate the nation, as we have seen, and if the national government is failing to ensure that there's energy security, then indeed this has a potential of crippling our plans. And therefore, I can understand when you speak about the realism and certainty, where is it coming from? Now, the ANC would like to remind us about the history of this country and the past. But the reality here is that we are in this situation because of the dismal failure of the ANC government to really lift the country out of the quagmire that we find ourselves in. Now, Deputy Speaker, we all agree that apartheid was really a very, very bad government, particularly for the majority Black South Africans. But even during the apartheid era, the worst unemployment that we have seen was about 10%. Under this current ANC government, which affects the majority of the poor Black people, we are seeing the unemployment around 40%. Remember, Dagmore is talking about land ownership in South Africa and our position as a democratic alliance. In fact, if you look at what the ANC has managed to do when it comes to land reform, it has actually made the situation worse for the very same poor people they claim to be representing. Recently, we've seen the case of Ivan Klute, who's one of many Black farmers who have fallen foul in the ANC corruption, because these Black farmers are now being evicted by the ANC in favor of their comrades, which is what has been the biggest challenge in South Africa. And if you look at the provinces, by the way, the rural provinces that own the vast majority of land, like the KZN, this has not improved the well-being of Black South Africans in those provinces, because the ANC government has failed dismally to support those small Black farmers financially and with skills. And therefore, that is why we are so worried as a Democratic Alliance with this knee-jerk reaction of the amendment of the Section 25, so that we can expropriate land without compensation, because it has nothing to do with improvement of the lives of poor South Africans, but it has a potential of crippling our economy and make the situation even worse. Now, Member Takmo is also talking about race and racism. I mean, if I was the ANC member, I would shy away from that debate. Because while Member Takmo and his ANC fellow colleagues want to give the impression that the DA is the racist party, but the most racist party in South Africa is the ANC. Now, that is why you will never find any person who is white in their ANC top six. I mean, even in this Western Cape, unfortunately, no matter how much Member Dagmo try really to lead this province, he will never be accepted because of the color of his skin. That is the caliber of the organization, Member Dagmo, that you are a member of, the most racist organization in South Africa. And therefore, I just find it puzzling that a person like you would then really point the fingers at the Democratic Alliance when your party has clearly demonstrated that is the party that puts first only one race. Now, Member Patman, correctly, sketch the picture that you are facing in South Africa compared to the Western Cape, which is a clear indication that this province, despite the doomsayers, is the province that is a much better position to really attract investment, create jobs, and really improve the situation of poor South Africans. Because the reality of the situation, if you look at South Africa, while many ANC leaders want to talk about this, is that the majority of poor people are in areas where the leadership is exclusively black. The provinces that are really struggling economically are the provinces where the leadership is exclusively black. And therefore, no one must come here and lecture us about race and history and tell us that this province is racist, when the very same black leaders are actually oppressing the very same black South Africans, as we've seen in other parts of the country. Now, Member Heron is talking about the moral document. And he's really criticizing this government for making effort to really make sure that our communities are safe. I mean, I just find that really, really puzzling, because the national government has failed dismally to make sure that they really keep up with their constitutional obligation to make sure that we have more police that are keeping our communities safe. And I must also add, Member Heron, that you are really misleading the people when you are saying that only 1.3 billion rands would have made massive, difference in schools and housing. That money would have built only 2 schools.
1 minute.
The biggest problem we have in the Western Cape, together with Gauteng, is that because of the failures of the ANC in many other provinces, we are seeing massive population growth due to immigration, and we are also seeing a situation in South Africa where the population is growing faster than the economy.
Minister, just give me a second. There is a point of order. My apologies for interrupting you. There's one in the House. Honourable Said, what's your
Deputy
point?
Speaker, I don't want to belabor the point, but the MEC ought to speak directly to you as Deputy Speaker and not directly to Member Heron, even though the point that Member Heron raised does actually touch a sore nerve. We know that, but I think you need to speak to you directly. Thank you.
We will continue. Thank you. Please address me, Honourable Madikizela. You may proceed.
The Deputy Speaker, the biggest problem we have in South Africa is that because of the failures of the national government, we are seeing the economy growing far less than the population. And we are seeing more and more people going to provinces where they have a better prospect of finding a job and improve their lives. And that is what is happening in the Western Cape. And it's so unfortunate that we have school children that have not been placed. But I want to put it on record, Deputy Speaker, that in Forest Village, for example, is that when that development was planned, we knew very well the number of schools that were there and the schools that were planned. But what was not foreseen is the number of people who will not register on time and the number of people who will come to the Western Cape because they are running away from bad government where the ANC is governing. So the reality here is that you have 12 schools in that area. You have 12 schools within 2.5 kilometer radius, and you also have 2 schools that are being planned. So let me make this point very clear. This government will never have enough money to take care of all the needs of the citizens of the Western Cape, as long as you have the national government under the ANC that is discouraging investment through mad policies like expropriation of land without compensation. And the lack of vaccination will result in a situation where tourists will not be coming in this country, will also be prevented from traveling. And everything that the ANC is doing actually is discouraging investment so that we can deal with the crisis that we are facing in South Africa. So member Christians, you must understand, sir, that we are living in a constitutional democratic country. Sexual orientation is a right that is enshrined in our constitution. Whether you like it or not, it's what it is. Until the African Christian Democratic Party wins elections and change the constitution, you do not have powers to tell people to undermine the constitution, no matter how you feel about it. But those are the rights of individuals enshrined in the constitution. And Brinkers, I do want to make it very clear that indeed this is the budget for hope. And that is why more and more people come to the Western Cape, because they believe that this is where they have a better prospect of finding a job and improve their lives. And Member Philanda, you're absolutely right. The fact that the national government has bungled this vaccination program is a huge risk for our country. And we will be in this situation for a very, very long time until the ANC government is out of power, because it is very clear that this government has failed to really deal with the challenges that we are facing so that we can improve the situation in our country. Now, Member Said, again, all of us must acknowledge the history of our country. We're coming from a very painful past. But I mean, I find it puzzling that the ANC government, want to abdicate its responsibility as the governing party to deal with the current challenges and keep on blaming the past. In fact, if you look at what has happened in the last 27 years, the ANC government has really been regressing, not progressing at all, in terms of the key areas where we need to intervene. So it's convenient for you to blame the apartheid government in the past, but the real reason why you are in this situation is because of the bad policy choices that we have made, is because of the weak leadership, is because of the mad ideas that are dissuading people to invest in our country. And that is why we are seeing more and more people running away from investing in this country. And as long as you continue in this path, the situation will get worse. And that is why the only way for us to save South Africa is to make sure that your party, sir, is out of government in South Africa. Because it is very clear from where I'm sitting that if we don't stand up as the Western Cape government and try to come up with a parallel process to vaccinate the nation, this will never happen. I mean, I hear that we are blaming us, or for taking this stance.
Time is up, Minister.
We are taking this stance because it is very clear that your government will not do it, sir. So I want to commend the Premier and the Western Cape government to make sure that we vaccinate the Western Cape.
Time is up.
Honorable Said, I don't think Minister can hear me, so I have given everybody past their times. I will call one more time. Honorable Madikizela, can you finish your sentence off, please?
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. We as a Democratic Alliance support this budget, and we're very hopeful that it will really improve the lives of the Western Cape as we have been doing in the last 12 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, I understand there has been some constraints around sound, but before we continue to let Minister Mania finish off, I would like to ask, out of respect, because we had asked our Muslim honourable members whether we could finish at 1 o'clock. We are slightly over. Would it be too much if we finish this part, or would it be that you would like us to immediately adjourn for lunch and prayer? Honourable
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. It is Member Branke speaking here.
Yes,
one of the Muslim members. Yes. I would appreciate it if we could stop the proceedings now and continue on the time that we have set that we will continue. Because I have to attend to a program. Thank you.
I hear you, and I just would like Honourable Said. I'm not recognizing anybody else except Honourable Said and Honourable Brinkes, who are actually of the Muslim religion. Honourable Said, did you want to comment? You're happy. I think that I will, out of respect, and this was a pre-agreed time. My apologies, Minister. You'll have to come back after lunch at 2:45, so 13:45, to finalise this part of today's proceedings. Thank you very much. The House is adjourned.
In terms of the consideration of the principle of the Western Cape Appropriation Bill debate, the Minister will now respond to the debate. I now afford the opportunity to the Minister of Finance and Economic Opportunities. Honorable Mania.
Point of order.
Honorable Minister, will you please take your seat? What is the point of order, Honorable Member?
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. We can't hear the Honourable Minister.
Oh, Honorable Minister, let's just deal with the glitch. Can you just say something, Honorable Minister, and hear whether the Honorable members can hear you?
Thank you, Speaker. Can you, honourable members, hear me now?
Honourable Chief, will confirm?
Yes, loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all yours, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll do a restart. I was saying that I would like to take this opportunity to respond to some of the themes and some of the remarks made during the debate, which of course have not been responded to by some of the other members who participated on this debate on the main budget for 2021-22. I have to say, Speaker, that stepping back, what has been dished up today in this debate has largely been a toxic brew of some fact, of much fiction, and of course, even from time to time, some science fiction. I want to start with vaccines, which the Honourable Syed dismisses as a waste of time. I want to start with vaccines. And I want to say that we have to face the fact that national government, and I've said this before, have botched the procurement of vaccines, of vaccines, and that the case for provincial vaccine procurement has never been stronger for the Western Cape, which is why we have established a team of officials, which is led by the Department of Health and which is supported by the Provincial Treasury, and who are working on the procurement of vaccines for the Western Cape. We have issued a request for information, and we are following up with all possible suppliers and with national governments on the whole question of the procurement of vaccines for the Western Cape. And we believe that in time, particularly when there's excess supply in the market, that we will be able to procure vaccines for the Western Cape, which is why we have budgeted 75 million rand for the procurement of vaccines, which ultimately will save lives and save livelihoods in the Western Cape. And Speaker, I have to say that to step back and just simply dismiss our vaccine strategy as a waste of time, as the Honourable Syed did, I think is callous, and I think it's disrespectful to the 11,000 people and their families who have died, and to the many more people whose lives will be at risk if we do not succeed in vaccinating, as I've said before, as many people as fast as possible in the Western Cape. I want to also deal with the whole question of education. We've obviously worked hard to build new brick and mortar schools, build new mobile schools, build new classrooms, and build new mobile classrooms. And of course, as I said earlier, we would want every learner to be placed in the Western Cape. So I come back to a point that I made. The fact is that national government have imposed budget cuts that have made this impossible, which is why we have been forced to lean in as a province to protect the baseline from budget cuts imposed by national government, allocating 4.3 billion rand over the medium term to protect education in the Western Cape. What we would have hoped, Speaker, is that those members who are concerned about the fact that there are learners who do not have places, that they would speak out against the national government, speak out against the reasons for the budget cuts which have been imposed by national government, and which include, of course, the mismanagement of our economy, the mismanagement of our public finances, and the mismanagement of our state-owned enterprise. And then finally, to step up and have the courage to oppose the division of revenue in South Africa. I also want to deal with social development, which was raised during the debate. The astounding comment that we as a provincial government had cut the social development budget. It's just simply, Speaker, untrue. We are, of course, concerned about the cuts to social development in the Western Cape. However, again, those budget cuts have been imposed by national government. Spending on social protection, as I mentioned earlier, over the medium term will decrease by 2.1% over the medium term. And astoundingly, spending on the child support grant will decrease by 3.2%, the disability grant by 0.1%, and the foster care grant by a staggering 10.9% over the medium term in South Africa. Indeed, if you dig into the budget, Speaker, the truth is that we have stepped up, that we have leaned in and actually increased the allocation of the social development budget, providing an additional 50 million rand for immediate food relief for the poor in the Western Cape. Again, we would have hoped that members who are concerned about cuts to social development would speak out against cuts imposed by national government, speak out against the reasons for those budget cuts, and ultimately step up and have the courage to oppose the division of revenue in South Africa. Speaker, I also want to deal with the whole question of poverty. We are, of course, concerned about poverty and inequality, which in part arises from our past, which, of course, is exactly why, if you dig into this budget, you will see that we will be spending 2.1 billion rand over the next year to provide 14,596 housing opportunities and to register 7,000 title deeds for people in the Western Cape, assets in the hands of people in the Western Cape. And of course, it's also why municipalities across this province provide a package of free basic services. The City of Cape Town, for example, provides a package of free basic services, including water, including sanitation, including electricity, and including refuse removal to thousands of households at the cost of about 1.7 billion rand this year, 2020-2021. And of course, and I come back to this, that is why we have allocated, despite the budget cuts, 100 million rand to support public employment programs and to provide immediate food relief in the Western Cape. On the whole question of small business, Speaker, had it not been for the debate this morning, I would have been at the opening of Milton Makaba's brand new Pick n Pay market store in Paarl. We are partners together with Pick n Pay in the Pick n Pay Township Economy Revitalization Initiative, where we support entrepreneurs to own their own Pick n Pay market stores, which creates new owners and creates new jobs in the Western Cape. Speaker, I would also like to refer to some remarks made by members. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. What does not make sense? What does not make sense is his proposal that the 1.67 billion, which arises as a result of data updates to the provincial equitable share, should be allocated to education. Because if indeed that is what we did, if we allocated the 1.67 billion over the medium term to education, and at the same time we did not lean in to support education, well, education over the medium term would receive 2.7 billion rand less to spend in the Western Cape. What also seems to have evaded the Honourable Leader of the Opposition is that Dr. Ivan Meyer and his Department of Agriculture, which he seems to suggest are denying the past, will be spending 275 million rand next year supporting emerging and subsistence farmers in the Western Cape. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition also has my assurance that the Municipal Energy Resilience Project will result in what he called more megawatts, which will of course help municipalities beat load shedding in the Western Cape. The Honourable Brett Heron is critical and indeed appears to be opposed to additional spending on law enforcement and the deployment of 500 additional law enforcement officers to fight crime, especially violent crime, in hotspots across the Western Cape. He's opposed to that. But I want to assure him that we are committed to fighting crime, but also, of course, to preventing crime, which is why we have allocated 23 million rand over the medium term to increase opportunities for at-risk youth to attend the Chrysalis Academy. And if he looks at the distribution of spend on the Western Cape Economic Recovery Plan, we will be spending 2.35 billion rand on safety, but 115 billion rand on well-being, uplifting communities in the Western Cape. The Honourable Brett Heron also makes the point that a budget in many respects is a moral document, and I agree with him. But then surely the test of our morals must be the 100 million rand that we have allocated to public employment programs and to immediate food relief, so that we can support people who are struggling, people who are not making ends meet, and people who are going hungry in the Western Cape. Speaker, I also wish to assure the Honourable Brinkhuis, who's concerned that the budget does not meet the needs of the poor. But again, he needs to dig into the documents, and a sign of our commitment, of course, is the 100 million rand which we have allocated for public employment programs and immediate food relief in the Western Cape. Speaker, I think when we step back and when we think about this debate, all of us who participated in the debate and all of you who witnessed the debate must see that we have an opposition who astoundingly opposes the procurement of more vaccines. It's astounding, which means that more lives and more livelihoods would be lost in the Western Cape. We also have an opposition that opposes the deployment of more law enforcement officers, which means that more people will be victims of crime or indeed victims of violent crime in the Western Cape. We have an opposition that complains about budget cuts imposed by national government, but then remains silent and indeed goes further and supports the division of revenue in South Africa. And we have an opposition that complains about budget cuts imposed by national government and then remains silent and indeed supports budget cuts to provincial conditional grants to bail out South African Airways. Unbelievable. We also have an opposition that never loses an opportunity to lecture us on caring for the poor. But Speaker, let's not forget, and we must never forget, and we must never forgive, that at the height of the pandemic, the opposition opposed the opening of school feeding schemes, which saved so many children from going hungry in the Western Cape. What we have, Speaker, in closing, is an opposition which is simply not able to provide hope to the people of the Western Cape. I thank you.
Please take your seat. Honorable Said, what's your point of order?
No, it wasn't a point of order. I wanted to know whether the Honorable Mania is able to take a question on his knowledge of events in the build-up to the calls that they say were made around the schools not being used for feed.
Thank you, Honorable Said. Order, Honorable members. Honorable members, I recognize there's another question from the Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'd be more than willing to take that question.
Your mic, please. That is not a question, Honorable Premier. Currently, we've got the Minister of Finance on the floor and the Minister of Economic Opportunities. Honorable Minister, will you take the question?
Speaker, I think that I've made my point, and the honourable member is clearly on the back foot, and I will leave him alone for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Said, your question has been refused, Honourable Member. Honourable Minister, I presume you have concluded your contribution. Thank you very much. Honourable members, that concludes the debate on the consideration of the principle of the bill. And of course, the question will be now, are there any objections on the approval of the bill, on the principles of the bill? If there are no objections. Oh, objections. Okay. Thank you very much. Your objection has been noted and it will appear in the order paper. Thank you very much. I presume that's the African National Congress. Is there any other political party that wishes to register an objection? No. All right. Thank you very much, honorable members. The objection has been noted and it will be recorded in the order paper, that objection by the African National Congress. The Secretary will read the bill.
Western Cape Appropriation Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The House will deal with the separate votes, honorable members, on the 29th and on the 30th of March 2021. And that is gonna be, again, 10 a.m. On those respective dates. Honorable members, now we move to the motion in terms of Rule 151, subsection 2. The next item on the order paper is the motion in the name of the Honorable R.D. Mackenzie. Honorable Mackenzie, I recognize you, sir, in terms of the speakers list.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby note the report of the Public Protector number 23 of 2020-21 on the allegations on the breach of the Executive Members Code by MEC Abradel. In the interest of transparency and accountability, we put forward this motion to ask that Premier Windy deliver an executive statement to expand on his decision-making in respect of this report and recommendations to allow parties represented and opportunities to comment as per the standing rules of this Parliament. When I put forward this motion, honourable members, the report's ink was still drying and the Premier had not yet responded tabled his response. The Premier has since responded and the DA is of the view that the steps taken by the Honourable Premier comply with the recommendations made by the Public Protector, and these actions highlight the value that we, the DA, place in our Chapter 9 institutions and the respect we hold for the separation between party and state. This is the difference between the DA and the ANC-led governments. We take good governance and accountability seriously. Compared to the ANC-led national government, where accountability is taboo, this government actually takes steps to protect our democracy and hold all members accountable. We have set ourselves high standard when it comes to governance and consistently outperform the rest. The ANC, on the other hand, do not even set standards for themselves. This is directly evident in the fact that despite clear evidence of blatant corruption and absolute disregard for the rule of law, ANC premiers and members of the executive, including members of national parliament, are still in their positions. Speaker, the poor and non-existence and unaccountability from the ANC can be seen in, for example, the following. The President and the national government inviting Director Generals to attend an ANC Likotla, a clear violation between the separation between party and state. Where's the Public Protector? Where's the accountability? Honorable Gwede Mantashe, who himself was the other day in front of the Zondo Commission on the upgrades to his house, a claim that he says, and I quote, he doesn't know. I mean, who upgrades your house and you doesn't know? Where's the Public Protector? Where's the accountability? Honorable Mbalula himself did not disclose a sponsored family trip. There was zero remedial action by the Public Protector and zero accountability. Minister Natim Tetwa, Dave Doyes, Minister Tula Gnesi, and several others were issued a one-line reprimand despite the fact that nearly 300 million rand was abused in the so-called upgrade on Nkandla, including the infamous fire pool. None of them had any disciplinary action against them. In fact, they were promoted and still in executive office in Parliament. That is the difference between the DA and the ANC. Let me be clear. At no point should taxpayers' money be abused or used for political party objectives. A separation between the state and the party protects our democracy and all our people. To undermine this is to go against the grain of the very foundation of our democracy. In fact, Speaker, to showcase the zero accountability and the zero standards, the ANC has a business lobby, the ANC Progressive Business Forum, of being a member in good standing of the ANC. Honorable Dagmar, therefore, is a member in good standing of the ANC Progressive Forum. No sooner have the vaccines left India, no sooner have the vaccines been packed in a factory in India, did the top 6 of the ANC President, ANC Deputy President, Secretary General, the Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson, met with the ANC Business Forum to discuss tenders, Honourable Speaker. That is the zero accountability and zero standards, the difference between the party and state, that the DA hold itself to a much higher standard that the ANC government colleagues has not set for himself. Honourable Deputy Speaker, just the recently released 7.15 billion report into PPE corruption. The Honourable Dagmar, members of that side, did not issue a statement condemning an ANC-ran municipality, Matsikama, which is featured in the SIU report. And that is the zero or little accountability the ANC has set for themselves. Honourable Speaker, the DA notes that Premier Windy was very clear about this matter. He's taken the appropriate measures and respected the crucial Chapter 9 institution despite a bizarre and questionable finding, an institution of which the Public Protector, by ANC members, just last week has debated to remove her in the House. In fact, as member Honourable Minister Mania just mentioned, they did not, 68 of them didn't even have the gall to attend that sitting to decide on that matter. That is zero accountability, zero standards, and we have to thank Honourable Windy for bringing and taking appropriate action despite a bizarre report from an individual that the ANC themselves find questionable. Despite all the above, and given the standards that we know of the ANC and the ANC and its alliance and the not-so-good partners will never reach, we welcome the action taken by Premier Windy, and we request that the House support this motion in requesting that the Premier brief this legislature in more details on his decision in respect of the Public Protector's report through an executive statement. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mackenzie. Honorable members, I now recognize the leader of the opposition, Honorable Dagmo.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, Honorable Mackenzie, I'm not sure whether you are aware, Speaker, or others, but he actually worked in the office of Minister Mbalula. And he still needs to explain to this House what actually happened, that he left the minister's office and now wants to come here and start raising concerns about Minister Mbalula. Maybe the story will still come out and you will share that information, Honorable Mackenzie. It's indeed ironic that he talks about the separation of powers, because with due respect, Honorable Speaker, even yourself as a Speaker of this House and a member of the DA have gone into our schools with DA paraphernalia, which is actually against the South African Schools Act, and it's been a clear demonstration.
Order, Honorable Dagmo. There is a hand. Honorable the Chief Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on Rule 59, which says that no member may impose motives on another member, which, to what I could hear, was what the Honourable Dugmore was attempting to do with respect to Honourable Mackenzie. Would you be able to rule on that, please?
Thank you, Honourable Chief Whip. Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I also rise on a point of order.
Your mic, Honourable Premier.
This point of order is when the honourable member is probably 2 points of order. The one is according to substance to the motion. He's deviating from the motion, and secondly, if he wants to take on the speaker, he needs to do that in a substantive motion.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. I also have the hand of Honourable Mitchell.
Thank you, Speaker. The Premier covered me in his last point with substantive motion towards the Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Mitchell. Honourable Dagmo, we're following the rules. Will you please follow the rules as you continue to address the House? You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I will continue. And it wasn't an aspersion cast on Honourable Mackenzie, if he or anyone interpreted that it was a matter of interest, that I was simply asking for an explanation. You know, what's interesting is that, and in responding to this particular motion, you know, we need to point out very clearly when the Honourable Member tries to cast aspersions on the ANC. We as the ANC are busy with a very serious internal process of renewing ourselves, building unity, and I believe that there's an understanding from voters that the ANC is going through this process, but that he's committed to come through. And that's why in by-elections, we've taken by-elections from the DA, not only in the Western Cape, but also in other parts of the country. So it's very clear that when the member attacks the DA, attacks the ANC in this motion, I'm simply responding through the chair to the Premier. So it's very clear that there's a recognition of the ANC's commitment to renewal and respecting of all public Chapter 9 institutions. And it's very clear there's a process in responding to you in regard to the public protector in the National Assembly, and we should allow that process to see its course. But we welcome this debate. We had called for it, and it's important that this actually happens. But clearly, the Premier's response, very convoluted response to this whole issue, indicates that despite our previous calls to take action against MEC Bradell for bias, for actually using his position to fight internal DA factional battles, that this is now actually caught up to MEC Bradell when there's a clear finding here. Yet the Premier literally has, with much difficulty in a very convoluted way, come to the point to say there's a slap on the wrist for MEC Bradell. Whereas in fact, when we look at the facts of this particular case, Speaker, what we should understand, this wasn't simply a breach of the code of ethics. And for those members who are watching and the member of the public out there, we need to explain that what actually happened here was that MEC Bradell, on a DA letterhead, wrote a letter to the George Caucus instructing them not to go ahead with a particular appointment at a director level. This wasn't a political post, and it just so happens, and this is what the Premier fails to address in his response at all, that the real facts here show the true nature and character of the DA, because the director that had been identified was a well-qualified black director who'd actually been serving in this particular position. And the intervention by the DA and MEC Bradell sought to undermine an open process, a competitive process of appointment. And since we all know that there's labor legislation which talks very clearly, so this was not only unlawful, but what was actually happening here was DA racism exposed for the world to see, because clearly the DA had another candidate, a white official, that they wanted in the post, even though some of their own councillors agreed with the ANC and the opposition that the director nominated by the full council was the most appropriate. So let's not pretend that there's anything else going on here. This is unlawful conduct, it's racist conduct, and it's about actually the baantjies vir boeties, which has become to characterize the DA. Let's have a contrast with how the MEC, for instance, has turned a blind eye on the shenanigans of the DA-run Langeberg municipality, which has appointed a municipal manager with a questionable record, someone who resigned under a dark cloud before his case was investigated for his alleged involvement in a jobs for sale saga in the municipality. The executive mayor of that municipality in Langeberg refused to provide the council with a comprehensive report, but the DA rode roughshod because it's one of their members that they've taken from Gauteng to come and work here, and they've ignored that he left there under a cloud and refused to actually face the disciplinary committee in that process. So this is what we see. It's DA cronyism, nepotism, it's racism. And we want to ask Honorable Ivan Meyer, when he responds, can he please tell this House and the Western Cape, how many other times did the DA and MEC Bradell attempt, how many times in the city of Cape Town, how many times? Because if you don't want to tell us, we've made it very clear that we as the ANC, given that all that the Premier has done here is a slap on the wrist, that what we are going to do as the ANC, first of all, number one, we're approaching the Employment Equity Commission to actually look and deal with a complaint from the ANC that what happened here by the DA and its MEC actually amounted to undermining of employment, an attempt to undermine employment equity in the George municipality. That's what happened here. It was a clear attempt to do that. And secondly, we are approaching the National Minister for COGTA to actually investigate each and every instance, not only in the Western Cape, but in other municipalities where the DA formally intervened. And I'm not talking here about political appointments to offices. I'm talking about genuine interview processes for permanent officials of municipalities where the DA has attempted to intervene. And clearly what has been behind many of those interventions is informed by the DA's policy, where at one level say race doesn't matter, but clearly what they do in practice is try and advance the interests of mainly white officials. That is what's happening, and that's the reality of the DA, they've decided to give up all hope on trying to recruit, as Musi Maimane was trying to do, one nation in South Africa. They've decided to focus on a specific privileged minority, and that is why they are losing by-elections, because people see through this, that when you attempt to overlook clear acts of racism, when you attempt to undermine lawful processes which are going to advance employment equity, the voters are going to see that and you will stand exposed. So I think it's very important that the Premier, and there are other public protector complaints that have been submitted by other colleagues. Now, when those complaints, if those complaints are resolved, and once again, MEC Bradell, for instance, in his conduct in Oudtshoorn, is found to have breached the code of conduct, what will then happen? Because the public protector didn't say what sanction to imply. She said to the Premier must decide on remedial action. All he's done is a very convoluted attempt to say that he's being reprimanded. So I would like to challenge the DA here today. If this MEC is found again by the public protector to have breached the code of ethics, will we then have an unequivocal commitment from the DA that he will actually be removed from the cabinet? Through you, Speaker, the Premier of this province promised when he made his first speech here that he would deal with everyone without fear or favor, and that he would take action against his MECs in regard to breaches of the code. But the way that we have seen the Premier, that this was, as I said earlier, simply words, because actually when it had come to an MEC breaching the ethics, and actually when one looks at the underlying reasons for that breach, the clear racist intent, and that all that is happening here is the issue of a reprimand. I think that shows that the Premier is not serious about making sure that there is fair, that he treats all his MECs without fear or favor. And that is why we as the ANC think that this report is a whitewash. I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Finish and clear.
Order, honorable members. Thank you, Honorable Dagmo. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Heron.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the lengthy letter tabled with this Parliament by the Premier attempts to justify the MEC's unlawful interference in the administration of the George municipality on the basis that it is the same as the ANC's cadre deployment policy. The DA is basically being caught out implementing its own version of cadre deployment, and the Premier is basically saying it's okay for DA leaders to dictate who should be appointed to positions in councils because the ANC also does it. The Public Protector found Bradell's actions amounted to a conflict of interest as he attempted to ensure the DA's preferred candidate was appointed instead of the candidate selected through the selection process. The Premier is also unable to understand the concept of a conflict of interest. He suggests that the conduct is not subject to the Public Protector's oversight because MEC Bradell was acting in his capacity as a DA leader. This is the very essence of a conflict of interest. Finally, Speaker, the Premier's so-called reprimand is nothing more than a begrudging act of compliance, exposing a disdainful and disgraceful disdain for the Constitution and the office of the Public Protector.
Thank you very much. Your time is up, Honorable Heron. Thank you. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Minister Sheikh.
Thank you, Speaker. As much as we respect the Office of the Public Protector, it is rather ironic that we are here today debating a motion arising from a report of the first Public Protector in the history of democratic South Africa to have received a vote of the majority of the National Assembly to commence proceedings for her removal. She is also the first to have the dubious distinction of personal costs orders being made against her, not only once, but several times. The Public Protector, this Public Protector, is the one of whom Judge Tolmay of the North Gauteng High Court has said the failures and dereliction of duty by the Public Protector in the Estina matter are manifold. Her appeal against this finding has been dismissed by the Supreme Court of Appeal as having no reasonable prospect of success. According to an article in the Daily Maverick, she has now committed to continue investigating the Estina scandal, this time including the roles of senior politicians, which she has been accused of ordering staff to exclude in the first report. In a previous appeal against the finding against her, which includes a finding that she is personally responsible for a portion of the legal costs, she reportedly argued that her resources are constrained and she should have the discretion to investigate who she wants. So she failed to investigate senior politicians in the Free State in a matter which involves the diversion, a very euphemistic term to say the least, of 220 million rand intended to support poor black families to a company associated with the Gupta family.
Minister, will you please take your seat? There is a point of order, Honorable Said. What's your point of order?
Speaker, on a point of order, up until this point, nothing that Honorable MEC Schaefer said actually relates to the content of the motion and the subject matter of the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Said. Honorable Minister, let us proceed in terms of relevance. I hope you are.
I'm about to get there, Mr. Speaker, if I may. Yet this matter was seemingly so high on her agenda, this particular matter we are discussing, that when Mr. Dugmore complained that it was not getting the attention he decided it deserved, it was prioritized above the many complaints still waiting for outcomes from her office. It is in this context that we debate her finding in this report that Minister Bradell breached the executive member's ethics code because he did what? Stole money? No. Used his position to advance himself? No. He wrote a letter to the DA caucus, not the council, in George, in his capacity as provincial chairperson of the DA, and asked them to remember to comply, not instructed them, with a decision of the DA at a federal level designed to ensure good governance and that inappropriate people are not appointed in DA-run governments. Perhaps you should have done it. The code applies to actions of executive members in performing their official responsibility. Minister Burdell made several compelling arguments as to why he believed his actions did not go against his official responsibilities, and that at the time of writing his letter, there was no conception on his behalf that this could or would be regarded as the fulfillment of an official act. It is clear from the evidence that his actions were not in willful disregard of the law. He obtained no personal benefit, and the standard ANC allegations of racism were baseless. The public protector made no findings of racism or private gain, and all the arguments put up by Member Dugmore to the contrary are entirely without merit and unconvincing. Whilst he has noted the content of Minister Burdell's defences to the complaint, the Premier has accepted the finding in the absence of any review thereof and acted in accordance with the remedial action proposed therein. And when we look at other similar situations, such as those mentioned by Honourable Mackenzie, it is clear that this action is more than satisfactory. But whilst Member Dugmore may be very satisfied with this finding, this House needs to understand the full implications of this decision. The Public Protector's finding is based on a prior determination, which was conveyed in writing, that when someone is appointed to executive office, everything they do thereafter can only be done in that capacity. In a letter from her office, she says the only time you can cease to be a member of the Executive Council is when you have been dismissed by the Premier. Clearly, the same applies also to members of the executive in the national sphere and every other provincial government. And whilst it is sometimes difficult to draw a bright line between what is done in one's official capacity versus one's personal capacity, it cannot be that every single thing a person does when he or she is a member of the executive is thus done in that capacity. If the Public Protector thought she had resource constraints before, this conclusion is certainly going to make for some very interesting additional challenges to them. But an additional issue on this particular matter is the unbridled hypocrisy of the leader of the official opposition in this House who laid the complaint. In his letter, he intimated that the actions of Minister Burdell amounted to an attempt to ensure cadre deployment. This coming from a party whose leader and the president of our country, so much for renewal, is about to give evidence to the Zondo Commission about his role as head of the ANC Deployment Committee. The very committee, the sole purpose of which is to ensure that only ANC members are appointed to key government positions in order to further the National Democratic Revolution. In contrast, the existence of the DA's process is not to dictate who is appointed, but it's to ensure that people who are not capable and appropriate are not appointed, in order to ensure that we deliver to the people of the relevant spheres of government. Speaker, I propose that this remedial action is more than satisfactory and that this House adopt the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, I now recognize Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, as the ACDP, I concur with the Premier Windy and agree that a reprimand to Minister Ante Burdell is appropriate, fair and reasonable. What I need to highlight is that Minister Burdell did not write the letter in his capacity as Minister of Local Government and Development Planning, but as stated before, as chairperson of the DA in the province. If the letter was written on a ministerial letterhead, then I believe that would have been a breach of the code and inappropriate. And I would have then said a harsher sentence would have been warranted. But as I stated before, the letter was written in his political, party political capacity to the DA caucus, and therefore the reprimand is appropriate. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Christians. Honourable Murray, I'm told is not in the session, is not in the House. We'll now move to the next speaker, and I recognize Honourable Brenkes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Al-Jama supports the Public Protector. The Al-Jama Party judges the Public Protector, Advocate Usisiwe Makwebane, on her commitment showed over the past 3 years at grassroots level to alleviate the plight of people living under inhumane conditions at Masiphumelele Informal Settlement. We believe there is a witch hunt against the public protector. She has investigated several corruption cases and has acted unbiased and with fairness in all investigations. Al-Jama is against the call for the public protector's removal from office. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Brenkes, because your time is 1 minute and it's already up, I would have called your attention to Rule 44 of the Standing Rules of relevance. The debate now was about the Honorable Minister and the reprimand by the Premier, but we take your point. Your time is now up. I now recognize, honorable members, the Minister of Agriculture, Honorable Minister Dr. Ivan Meyer.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to participate in this debate because I cannot sit back when a colleague of mine with a good public record is being treated unfairly. I do so not because he's a member of the Democratic Alliance. I rise because I have seen so often when people with integrity and dignity are often hung up to dry in South Africa. But Honorable Speaker, there's another reason why I decided to take part in this debate. As a scholar of public administration, I simply cannot sit back and observe how the core and basic principles of public administration are so grossly misunderstood and wrongly applied by a person holding the office of the public protector. I want to turn this House attention to Section 181 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. It firstly referred to Section 181, subsection 1, that the institutions like the public protector must strengthen constitutional democracy. Speaker, for the record, there's case law that this public protector is not strengthening constitutional democracy. On the contrary, the current incumbent is weakening constitutional democracy. Honorable Speaker, I refuse to give credibility to a report published by an institution who is weakening our constitutional democracy. Honorable Speaker, her own lawyer, as reported in the newspaper, resigned and said the public protector does not understand the basics of the legal system.
Will you please take your seat? There is a point of order. I recognize you, Honorable Syed.
Speaker, mine is not a point of order, it's a request. Would Honorable Minister Meyer take a question around why the Honorable Premier then acted on the report? If the public, if he's got these issues.
Honorable Syed, don't go to the question. You've asked the question whether he would, in fact, if he can. Honorable Minister, will you please take a question from the Honorable Member?
No, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Before you proceed, Honorable Minister, before you proceed, I've got the hand of the Honorable Kama. Honorable Kama, what's your point of order?
No, thanks, Deputy Speaker. I think Speaker, sorry. my point of order, Speaker, is twofold. One was on the relevance of the debate, but the other one, Speaker, through you, I just want to check with you, Speaker, if it is allowed, because what I'm hearing now is an attack on the institution or a Chapter 9 institution by the MEC than a political debate, and I think there has been even to an extent of constitutional court rulings on the attitude of Parliament then and the President on the office of the public protector. Yes, the people can disagree with reports, but reality is that this is a report that was never reviewed of the public protector. But what we're discussing is something else. But I want to check if it is allowed to really attack the office of a Chapter 9 institution like this. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Kama. Honorable Minister, Do you have any view on the issue? There appears to have been an attack on the institution. Is yours an attack on the individual or the institution?
Honorable Speaker, I'm outlining the principles that have been violated by not the institution, but by the individual, and I would like to continue to demonstrate this principle.
I would like to request the Honourable Minister to then indicate whenever you speak that you're talking about the individual or you are referring to the individual, but not the institution.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, the principle of the separation of party and state is a principle in our constitutional democracy. Minister Bradell was at the time the DA Western Cape provincial leader, the chairperson, and it was in his duty to engage with members of his party in that capacity. Leaders must lead and provide leadership to their structures like we all do in politics. The public protector alleges that Minister Bradell crossed the line when he wrote to the DA caucus in George. Firstly, Honourable Speaker, Mr. Bradell did not write that letter on his ministerial letterhead, as Honourable Minister Saife has indicated, because he respected the principle of the separation between party and state. He wrote the letter to his party structure on a DA letterhead and not on a ministerial letterhead. Honourable Speaker, a further proof that he respected the principle of separation of party and state is the fact that he sent the letter on a DA letterhead from the DA's provincial office and not from his ministerial office. Honourable Speaker, the question is, did the public protector overlook the fact that Mr. Bradell wrote the letter on a DA letterhead? And did she overlook the fact that Minister Bradell sent the letter from the DA provincial head office? Honourable Speaker, I'll tell you what is going on here.
Minister, will you please take your seat?
Okay.
Honourable Kama, what's your point of order? All right. It seems the honourable member inadvertently lifted his hand.
Sorry, Speaker. I was on mute. Sorry, I thought I'd unmuted myself. I'm saying, Speaker, there is a report of the Office of the Public Protector. Now, to attack the findings
Honourable Member Kama, the debate today is on the fact that there is a report and the reprimand, and that is what is being debated. The issue, because this is a political debate, and let us allow the honourable members to express themselves. What I've ruled on is that there must be no attack on the Chapter 9 institution. And the honourable member, or the Minister of Agriculture has indicated that he would not, and he has not done so at this stage, according to the presiding officer. I will not take any further points of order on this point. If the honourable member wants to raise anything else, we've got the speakers list that we have exhausted on the matter. So we are going to a vote soon after that, but I'm going to request the honourable minister to proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. There's a deeper problem here. The public protector actually suggests or imply that no executive authority may hold a senior political party position. How absurd can this go? Does he suggest that President Ramaphosa is violating his executive code of ethics when he, as the president of the ANC, issue an instruction to an ANC structure on an ANC letterhead from the Thule House? It is absolutely absurd. How can we, as executives of any political party, divorce yourself from your political party? This is absurd. It is not only absurd, it is absolutely ridiculous. Honourable Speaker, no matter what Honourable Duckmore said here today, there is a national consensus emerging about the fitness of the public protector to hold public office. I want to thank the ANC in the National Assembly, who defied the Secretary General of the ANC, Ace Makosule, and voted to support the DA motion to refer the issue of a fitness to hold public office to a committee of parliament. It seems the ANC in the National Assembly has come to its senses. And here we pray that the ANC in this house will also come to its senses. Put politics aside and let us save South Africa and let good men like Mr. Bradell continue to build and strengthen our constitutional democracy and local governance in the Western Cape. Honourable Speaker, Honourable Member Bradell has in his official executive responsibility approved the application for the post at George municipality. He did so to uphold the rule of law, and after considering all the evidence before him, he did not allow his political party position to interfere with the judgment on the executive responsibilities as the Minister of Local Government. Honourable Speaker, because we value good governance and the rule of law, we even if we disagree with the report, through the Premier, acted and wrote to Minister Bradell. Because we value and respect institutions of constitutional democracy, the report and the letter of the Premier to Minister Bradell is open for public scrutiny. That's why we're debating it here today. Honourable Speaker, while there were real breaches of Executive Code of Ethics, no actions were taken against MECs in the Eastern Cape, Mpumalanga, and Limpopo. There were no action because factional battles and political fault lines in those provinces are more important to the ANC than our constitutional democracy. Premier Windy and Honourable Member Bradell respects the Constitution. That is why we are having an open and frank discussion in this House today. Honourable Speaker, in this debate, I'm asking myself 3 questions. Did Minister Bradell intentionally violate the Code of Ethics? No.
Minister. We need to conclude, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Let me ask the ANC to do the honourable thing, like your colleagues did in the National Assembly, support the motion before us here in the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, that concludes the debate on the motion. And I would like to put the question before the House that the motion be adopted. That is the question, are the honourable members in favor of the motion to be adopted by the House?
Yes,
Are there no objections?
Mr. Speaker, yes.
Yes. Thank you, honourable members. Those in favor of the motion being adopted, please say aye.
Aye.
I'm going to put this question again properly. Those in favor of the motion being adopted, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Thank you, honourable members. Those not in favor of the motion being approved, please say no.
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 Thank you, honourable members. I think the ayes have it.
Ayes.
The question is thereby approved.
No.
Thank you, honourable members. I just want to request the honourable members to observe the following, that on the 29th, as I indicated earlier, which is on Monday, and on Tuesday, the 30th, which is the normal House sitting, which will continue with the program. It will be starting at 10, as we did this morning. So I'd like to request the honourable members to really be ready and participate as you did today. It was quite impressive. The attendance was very good. Thank you very much for the spirit within which you have engaged with the votes and, of course, with the debates. Honourable members, that concludes the session for the day.
Yes.
And the House is thereby adjourned. Have a great weekend. Thank you. Bye.